Don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, I can finally see you now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain hidden in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we're ready, all over the world. We used to radiate, get radiate, but now we're drowning. As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, we used to radiate, get radiate, but now we're drowning.
Hello everyone and welcome to our Pro League. I'm AN Fleet and I'm of course joined by Dev Martin. Dev, how you going?
Really good, Fleet. Yeah, this is really exciting to be back on the Pro League grind. This is the final Playday before we have a break for the middle of Season 9. And I guess that means this is the final day that we actually have all of those rules to do with having the operator quarantine for the new operators. So that's really exciting as well. And we got some spicy matches as well. So I'm really keen for it.
Yeah, we certainly do. As you said, it is the final play day before our big break for the 6 Invitational. So let's see what we do have coming up for you tonight. Our first game is, of course, going to be Mind Freak taking on Darksided. That's going to be a very exciting matchup.
Yeah, a lot of former teammates as well involved in this matchup. So I'm really keen to see them face off against each other. I know there's a lot of old rivalries, a lot of love, a lot of hate. And so I think it's going to be particularly spicy to see which of these teams will come out on top.
Yeah, I saw some good smack talk earlier on Twitter between, Mind Freak and Darksided. Specker and King sort of going at it. But after that, we of course have Avant Gaming taking on Loki as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a really telling match. Of course, Avant, perhaps not performing to their favorite expectations the whole way through, and Loki, the team that I mean, in terms of standings and seeding coming into the season, they were the least favored team. So they certainly, along with Avant, have a lot to prove in that matchup.
Yeah, they certainly do. It is going to be a very big matchup tonight, and Dev, let's have a bit of a deep dive into our first matchup, Darksider versus Mindfreak. How do you think this one's going to go?
Well, I think that it's going to be hopefully close. Mindfreak have been fairly disappointed in their performances recently. We had Ewan, who's the coach for Mindfreak, on the podcast just this last week on Talking CJ on this channel on Tuesday, and she was particularly determined to really step it up and take this matchup. She knows that her teammates, all the players, really, really want this game because Darksider, they've had some roster changes. They've been performing reasonably well, a bit off and on. But I think Mindfreak, they've certainly been more on the offside, and they really want to turn it on for this match.
Yeah, I think they've definitely going to be disappointed with themselves. Darksider, they're in 4th place currently. They're fighting for that top 2 spot. That's still within reach for them. They've got a lot to do. Mindfreak currently sitting in 8th. Not the best spot to be in when you're, it's your debut into the Pro League. But, they're still going to be very, very, very hungry for this. And I think this is actually going to be a close matchup despite the differences in the ladder.
Well, if you want to talk about what the community thinks, we have a community vote available on the Rainbow Six ANZ Twitter page. And currently that vote's got 11 minutes left. So make sure to get on that vote real quick if you want to support your team. At the moment, it's 61% to Darksider, 39% to Mindfreak. So despite this being a 4th place team versus the 8th place team, it looks like the community certainly is expecting a close match.
Yeah, look, I think Darksider are going to be the favourites heading into this just because of, the standings in the ladder. And Darksider have looked a lot better than Mindfreak as well. They've looked a lot more consistent throughout the matchup. So, putting our way forward, what maps are we looking at tonight?
Well, let me just get those maps up for me. So, for the match today, no, that's the wrong maps. There we go. Got it. So the first map that we have today is going to be Border. Mm-hmm. As you said, pretty stock standard map. Don't know if this is going to favour any team in particular.
Yeah, no, it really, I don't think it will. Border going to be a very, very interesting matchup, as we said. Darksider, they've played a lot of Border in the past. They seem to like to take Border into best of 3 scenarios. So it'll be interesting to see what they bring out here. Oregon as well, a very stock standard map. I don't really think there's going to be too much to talk about either of these maps. First time we've really seen the stock standards come out though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Border and Oregon were the most popular maps a few seasons ago, and ever since we introduced the system where we have teams can't pick the same map for both of their matches on the same Playday. That's what we do it here in APAC. Overseas, it's just that they can't play the same map 2 weeks in a row. That kind of has introduced a little bit more variability into the map picks, or rather like the maps that we end up seeing. So as for the Oregon map, that's our second map. Oregon was one of the maps that Darksider banned in the first ban phase where we got to Border. So interesting that Darksider clearly are going to be preferring Border over Oregon. So even though maybe Darksider will take map number 1, Border, Mindfreak certainly still have a way in, seeing as Darksider clearly weren't so keen on playing Oregon, and that's our second map.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what comes out. I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy on Border in particular. We saw some interesting stuff the other night. Monkey and I casted last night. We saw some very, very interesting stuff happening through with. We saw some custom coming out really unexpectedly. People going to customs instead of heading over to ventilation as the second site. So, do you think that trend's going to continue? Do you think we're going to see a bit more of that?
Certainly would hope so. Traditionally on Border, the most frequently seen map is bomb site is that Armory Archives. And after, I mean, it's pretty much indisputably everyone's favorite bomb site. But once you've cleared out that bomb site, once you've won it once on the defense, and you head on to your next bomb site, traditionally most players would go to vents and workshop, but we see a nice little bit of variation. We've seen some teams, especially overseas, bring out tellers, which is a bomb site that I particularly like. Bathroom tellers, nice way to throw off your opponent if you have a good strategy for the defense. And custom's also one that we've seen a lot more, a lot of contest upstairs inside of the CCTV. And due to the success that a lot of CCTV holds have had, we've seen more and more teams try to bypass it altogether and often actually fall into the trap of dying to the angles where the defenders are holding it upstairs in CCTV. So I think it's going to be a lot of the story of which of these teams is dotting the I's and crossing all of the T's, being completely thorough and not forgetting any of those simple fundamentals to Rainbow Six competitive play.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it as we almost ready to start now. We just got the last player back in, and I think you're going to be right, especially with custom. If you end up seeing it, seeing that vertical play is going to be a lot more.
Vertical play is obviously a staple of Siege, and Border in particular is a map where that really can flourish. So without further ado, let's head straight into the ban phase. Mindfreak starting out on attack, which gives Darksided the first attacker ban. What's it going to be? Lock in here with 13 seconds to go, not wasting any time whatsoever. Thatcher.
I'm not surprised. Monkey and I were talking about this last night. Thatcher has definitely been increasing, ban ability. Definitely see its ban rate as we move. So.
Yeah, well, we've had a couple of teams in particular that have really liked banning out the Thatcher. To name one would be Atletico, or now Orgless. And on the flip side, Mindfreak just getting rid of Montaigne, another operator which has really come into the meta and hence been banned quite a lot as well. Darksided have favored it in the past. It looks like a fairly staple secondary ban on the defenders from Mindfreak with Mirror off the table. Now, Darksided's last ban. They start on the defense, of course, so they're going to have to live without an Echo.
Yeah, as you said, some very staple defender bans coming out here. I'm not really certain what I make of those attacker bans, though. Monty, but they're really scared of the armory mentioned here.
Archives is also a great way to push with a Monty, but I think in general it's just the Montaigne something that it's nice to just get off the table and know you don't have to deal with it. So, as we see this first lineup for the attackers, I'd say a lot of really important attacking operators have been left in. Your Ying, Blitz, some of these really heavy destructive operators, and yet we're not seeing any of those just yet. No smokes either on the attacking lineup, which bit of a worry potentially. Looks like Mindfreak going for something a bit more staple, probably using a lot of vertical play with the Bok, the Ash. Not quite sure what the Twitch pick is for in an environment where the Mirror has been banned, and you already have the IQ to deal with a lot of the utility, such as cameras and goo mines. Nonetheless, I wonder how Warden will make use of those Twitch drones.
Yeah, definitely going to see how that comes out. Potentially trying to find a bandit or even just cameras, although they have IQ to find those black eyes. So, realistically, he's taking out, Twitch is going to be taking out the mute cameras and taking out those ADSs. That's essentially what we have. I think maybe if they have to retake this side, I think we might see that Twitch take out the Capitan.
10 seconds to insertion.
As, you can't stop the evil
5
eyes.
seconds to go.
Well, as for a defensive setup,
Cover the diffuser. Attackers must locate
the
and
main rotations
defender
being made.
the area of operation.
There's really nothing crazy about this. If Styles trying to go for a hole in these pockets. Managed to get his way up onto the stairs. I'm going to put a couple of shots down towards the stairs, finding nothing as no one is out that door yet. And this Bok is going to try and look.
He stairs control, of course, important for the attacking side.
And okay, going to start moving the main. It looks like they're trying to set up for a armory take, although they could potentially make their way back around. They're not feeling comfortable right now, this is Mind Freak side. Present, that was just over the head. Styles.
Swapping back.
This hold inside of CCTV seems to be working well, and there you have it. The first frag going the way of Mind Freak.
Yeah, Warden picks up that kill, lands it on the beauty. Warden is down to the fly though. Beck doing a lot of damage here. He has to fall back. Gonna lob a C4 by the sounds of it. Got caught, unfortunately. Gets shot down. Now he's without his C4.
Still this hold. Push into CCTV. The IQ making her way in. Still got a player or two to deal with inside, but some progress has been made for the defense. Sorry, for the attacking, with another frag going their way, but this could be an opportunity for Jack Daddy to step it up.
Located a bomb.
Jack Daddy, he's got one right next to him, and then finds him down, gets the kill credit as well. Shade being dropped. Ippy Styles has found one in reply as well, so we've now tied up to a 3 versus 3.
Still Specker holding inside of Archives. Push likely going to be coming out, and here we have it. Wings making an entry, however he's shut down.
Ball up to Crescent now in a 1v2. He's going to wait in. A couple of flashbangs. He's still got 2 to deal with. ADS is going to catch the flashbang. He does see mine get thrown out. Someone on his left. But Ippy Styles down the hallway. Crescent going to land one now in a 1v1. 15 seconds
15
left.
seconds to go.
ADS is burnt. Jack Daddy pushing his way out. He gets flash. Crescent is going
10
after
seconds
the
remaining.
frag. He's hunting him. The pre-fire comes around. Mind Freak, you're going to take round number 1 there.
A good round for Mind Freak, and look at that, despite having no heavy disruption and having no smokes either, they really did, pull through, won their gunfights, made a good entry.
Yeah, certainly did. Mind Freak going to be very, very happy getting the first round on their on the board for themselves.
Now, how do we expect that these bans will be affecting the defense now? No mirror, no echo. It's a lot of utility, a lot of heavy anchorage, and also a lot of intel gathering that really should be so useful to the defensive side. They're going to rely a lot more heavily on the Maestro and a lot more on mobile operators and intel gathered from those Valkyrie cameras.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yeah,
as many
certainly
bombs.
Work
is.
out
So
from so far.
we're heading back to Armory. Wondering how we're actually going to, whether we're going to see a difference in setup here, or whether or not we're just being more of the same and hope that Darksided can do something a little different this time.
Facing my evil eye. Ballistic shield is up.
Styles still going to try and sit in this break room though.
10 seconds to insertion.
Worked well for him last time. Jack Daddy and support
5
again,
seconds to
although I
go.
don't know how well it's actually going to happen.
Attackers recovered the diffuser. Attackers' objective is
Name
to locate a
Blackeye
bomb.
gets thrown out by Specker.
Defender has left the designated staging area.
Not that much. Their way in. Macaroni Cam's gonna go on their support. Like this, Darksided. Trying to wait to find out where this attack is going to come from. Kings is tagged up really heavily. Warden's going to make a dash across it, and it is Ippy Styles. A ton of damage. He has been downed. They're going to try and hold it. Whoa, Ippy Styles moves at just the wrong time. Going to get droned out though. Going to take it out.
I'm here, buddy. Relax.
Go. Like Wing going to try and deal with the shield, but Ippy Styles is in a very strong spot at the end of the hallway still. Out pushing. finally. They just can't seem to commit to getting into the side here. Trying to burn any ADS. Nothing there, of course. Jack Daddy finds Shade. That's the first frag going over to Darksided. Things just calm down a little bit. No one is in that fountain area just yet, though.
There is that great rotate hole being utilised, and Spectre, everything is positioned, perhaps will be his end, but Ippy Styles the one to go down. Wings making a good entry, however Cutie has done some damage. Wings very low on HP, but he knows he needs to finish off Jack Dad, otherwise his team can't progress further. Still a minute remaining on the clock. Mindfreak in much less of a good position compared to the previous round.
Yeah, they're not in a strong position right now. Wings, he's still been tagged up. It looks like they're finally going to be able to open up this fountain, but no one's there. They're actually going to lose the thermite charge. That was not good. That Evil Eye from downtown took it out. Now they're going to have to push on 8.
Oh, Wings! You saw him, but you didn't find it, and looks like Jack Daddy's the one to make good on that. Specker, though, a good peek, and Cutie with the crossfire will finish off that round quite handily. So, a reply to Mindfreak's first round. Dead Set get in the game themselves.
Yeah, Darkside are going to be very, very happy with that, as that is back leading.
It's unfortunate. Looks like we'll have a quick rehost. But what have we seen so far, really? A strong attack from the Mindfreak side, but met quite equally with a good defense.
Yeah, it's been a very strong defense there by Darkside. It almost seemed like a little bit passive though from Mindfreak as they forward. So they just struggled to put forward in that. You know, we saw them waste a lot of time trying to get in the office area. Just sort of didn't quite work for them. And then Ippy Styles just sitting at the end of that hallway, just taking
Defenders, protect your
hot
bombs
shots.
from being defused by attackers. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
And not such a great position for the Mindfreak guys to be in. That said, they have won once on that primary bomb site attacking, so it's not too bad a position. It's really going to come down to how Darksided can defend those secondary, tertiary bomb sites later down the line.
Yeah, it's really going to be what... But with the successful armory defense now, potentially heading over to ventilation.
Is that what we're expecting next? Probably ventilation. We saw the CCTV hold being used in that top floor bomb site, but not a great amount of success. I guess they still lost players even when they did manage to hold on to it for a little while, so that's something, I suppose. But by the end of it, I don't think that they do have a strong enough CCTV hold to bank on defending that downstairs bomb site just below the CCTV room. That's the customs inspection.
Yeah, I don't really think we're going to see that unless we absolutely have to. Very, very interesting if actually do it out that way. I still think it's going to be interesting. What we're going to be seeing later on, as you said, as this game goes further on, they're going to need to successfully be able to defend these tertiary, secondary, and tertiary bomb sites. Currently, I've been a little bit unimpressed with Mindfreak's attack. It seems to, especially that second round, it seemed to have pulled out, and that first one wasn't much better. Although they did actually win their fragging fights, they didn't in that second one, and just the lack of time really suboptimal. I think sorry, yep.
I think it's a decent start for Mindfreak nonetheless. I think that having that first round really will help them out. Of course, you don't want to be forced around the world when you're on your attacks. You get one chance to attack the top floor, and you lose it, so the defenders move on to a different bomb site, and then perhaps you're still thinking about what kinds of issues that you were dealing with top floor, and then you lose downstairs. So yeah, I think that Mindfreak, even though they will be attacking downstairs next, they have that 1 point in the bank, that one round in the bank, and on top of that, they're going to be attacking the downstairs bomb site, which is in a lot of ways less favorable for the defenders. So potentially they can, win a couple of downstairs bomb sites and then head back up top.
Well, one of the biggest problems for Mind Freak's attack was their ability to roam clear. Both rounds, they failed to clear out the... Which, if you're failing to, you know, hack that, like, what option do you have available to you? Like, if your roam clear is that horrible, they obviously need to focus on that roam clear a bit more and invest a little bit more into being able to push forward into.
Yeah, I mean, Border's not such a large map when it comes to roaming. It's not like a lot of the time you're not aware where the roamers are. It really comes down to just you have to be able to cut off those key rotations and find those positions. And when there are people hiding in strong positions, you have to have good ways to flush them out. And I think those are the key points.
Yeah, but you think they're going to be able to execute that? Do you think they'll be able to really push that through? Currently, it's been extremely lackluster for them.
Yeah, well, I expect that if things get a bit desperate, we'll see Warden whip out the Ying or one of the other more forceful operators, because so far, like I was saying early, you know, Mind Freak were playing very staple, just playing for those simple gadgetry denial and breaching operators rather than, you know, moving all the way into those heavily disruptive operators. And perhaps if they do struggle with the current operator lineups, I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of a change.
Yeah, well, it is going to have to see right now. And we are going to go into Mission Workshop. Correctly predict that. Fighting that Valkyrie again. Do you think the Valkyrie's given them much yet?
I mean, it's really hard to tell because we haven't necessarily been spectating all of the information being gathered on those cameras. But, you know, I do think that it's important to keep bringing that Valkyrie, bring that intel gathering and operators when you lost out that Echo and that Mirror. That said, you know, Shade just hard picking that IQ. It does make it a little bit more difficult for the defenders to necessarily guarantee the safety of those Valkyrie cameras deep into the round once the IQ's been on a hunt for them.
Yeah, it certainly has. And exactly how they're planning on, I'll have to wait to see. But I don't think those Valkyrie cameras have done exactly too much for them just yet. They've had some interesting spots for them, but that intel I don't think has been as important as what we've seen so far. Castle barricades going down, very standard at the moment. Crazy jump.
5 seconds to insertion.
And so this top floor area being held with consistence of mute jammers and castle barricades, quite like that. That said, Wings will probably deal with them very swiftly using that tried and true sledgehammer. Not something that's likely to lose reception.
Certainly not. That should have been his CTU buddy. Bit about how to deal with an electronics blackout.
So you have it. There's some wall denial as well, and obviously the Thatcher being banned out makes it a lot more difficult to get rid of those and start opening it up with the thermite. That said, Kings, on the Maverick, not only a fantastic fragging operator, great gun, really is quite a nice weapon, the M4 in the hands of the Maverick, but also that utility, being able to get rid of, well, any wall, really, without any contest whatsoever. It's high risk, but does do the job. That Valkyrie camera being spotted out very easily by Shade. Good communication to get that over to his teammates and take it down.
There certainly is, and Warden!
If only he knew.
Alright, the pre-fire's coming out, and just gonna miss. Get a single bullet onto him. A bit unfortunate, but that's the first frag coming out. If he Styles has found Wings, he's really loving the shield spot and sees.
You know, that pixel angle has been treating him well so far and likely to continue to do so. Very difficult angle to contest, even with an ACOG. That said, Shade elsewhere does find the one kill. Specker, captain, off the board for Darksided, and I believe that may be CCTV control in the hands of Mind Freak as they begin to encircle on this downstairs bomb site. Still top floor control not established. That said, Shade gets the second kill, cutting off that rotation back from Armory, I believe. Unless that was above through the hatch.
Yeah. Now with the man advantage, Mind Freak looking to push through. They've opened the wall at the back of bathroom. but this is going to be their point of congestion. They still don't have control of that top floor, though. See a fight after that, but Kings has something to say about it as he's going to land the headshot onto Ippy Styles.
Not too bad at all from Kings. That was a very tight angle that Style was holding, and now the heat's being turned up on these defenders downstairs. Dark-sided. Got a lot of time to waste and perhaps not a lot to do with it. Now Cutie's still in a power position upstairs, has that shotgun to make late rotates, has a C4 as well. Jack Daddy, not so lucky, just a mere castle 2-speed operator with a fairly weak weapon in the UMP. Cutie really has to be the one to make these plays. He spots out locations downstairs. Dark-sided have fallen. It's just Cutie remaining. Spotting out the player, but look, this is just not a great position. If he can deny this plant, though, that's something, but Cutie does not know where it is. And now he's being shot from all sides. Surely this is the end, and King sees to that.
Yep, Mind Freak, just a matter of securing that final kill. Cutie goes down. And a strong round from Mind Freak there. Again, though, they have a bit of a problem in that mid game where they just stall out a little bit. Dark-sided, fortunately, they're firefights, but I think Mind Freak, although they're winning the rounds, it's not as clean as what I think it from them.
Yeah, I think that from Dark-sided, it's just a really sporadic defense, spread out, not enough. I think that a lot of the time, once again, it was just about contesting these angles, even when there were fairly strong angles, such as the one Ippy Style had with the shield. You know, eventually, you're going to be droned out. You're going to lose those. And that's what happened. Mind Freaks seem to do very well when it comes to just locating where do we have to be, what positions do we have to utilize.
Yeah, and we've decided to go to customs this time by Dark-sided.
Not such a bad decision, in my opinion. I think just, you know, 2 and move, or I guess in this case, just 1 and move. If something's not working, just, you know, start moving along. Don't spend too much time hammering away at one bomb site if it's not going to work out for you. Of course, they did get armory right the second time around, but I think, judging by quick pick at their vents holds, I do think it just wasn't good enough, and I think that making the switch now, assuming they have a decent CCTV hold, definitely the right way to go.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, well, you're going to presume they're going to have a decent. Well, they feel confident enough to come to this bomb site. Becker across the way is armory. Ippy Styles going to give himself a long angle right now.
And once again, a pixel angle behind a shield seems to be Ippy Styles' specialty.
You feel like maybe he should take an ACOG operator if he's playing like that?
Well, I would say yes, except for the fact that really it looks like Dark-sided are grabbing as much utility as they possibly can, and you know, Jaeger's utility is something you certainly can't abandon, especially if you are playing in those heavy anchoring positions, such as behind that deployable shield. You need to have those Magpie devices to catch any grenades coming your way.
Yeah, you certainly do. And the ADS, if grenades are going to come their way, the ADS is going to need to be placed very, very well to protect the key players. But close this head. Oh, he gets shots. Wings just a little bit too slow. Reply, Ippy Styles lands a fair bit of damage. He's getting twitched though.
Is this really the strat for Warden's Twitch drones? Simply to disrupt the enemy and cause a bit of a ruckus. Maybe not the best decision, but hey, if you can frag on them and make good use of these breaching charges, then it's perhaps not too much of a loss. As we can see 2 players pushing in downstairs. Oh, the drone spotting out the player, but still Cutie managed to dodge every single one of those bullets until a couple land, but not enough to do any serious damage. Specker also jumping into the fray, but he's been taken down. A well-hit barricade allows him safe passage.
Yeah, just getting out with a skin teeth. Cutie going to be really happy with that, as Becca is now pushed his way through. Cutie's going to land the first kill onto Wings.
Heartbeat sensor activated.
Ooh, look at all this great information, and Ippy Style's going to make good on that quite immediately. Just 3 players on the attack left, and Ippy Style in a very strong position. He's been very confident in his gunfights so far, even though he has occasionally lost some of these tight angles. Yeah, he's prepared to play aggressive if that's what his team needs, and looks like Dark-sided playing, you know, bit half and half at the moment. They've got some of these long angles being utilized. Shaq, for example, inside of detention, not a common position. It almost loses the gunfight, but he does take down the thermite. Now Kings knows he has to make the play. He has an avenue into the bomb site, but it's just him and poor Warden left. And Warden does find Specker. However, 20 seconds remaining. A lot of work to be done.
Oh, through the wall. Warden's going to pick up Cutie, though you get downed. It Styles finds the kill credit on the Kings. Leaves up to Warden on a slither with health. Jack Daddy formalizes it by putting a bullet in him. And around over to Darksided.
Great angle for Jack Dad as well, and look at that. Just taking out the feetsies. That's all you need to do, really, and, well, strong defense on the customs inspection bomb site, and it looks like you were right. Darksided did make the correct choice, experimenting and taking themselves over that bomb site. But now, we head over to the first and primary bomb site once again. It's been 2 rounds since Darksided won up here in Armory, and so they will return.
Yeah, they've done very, very well so far. Armory lockers. Back and forth rounds, actually. Pretty solid. This match is living up to everything I think everyone wanted it to be. A bit of a grudge match going on. 6-pick sledge to sledge.
Yeah, we have been trading these rounds back and forth. Both of these teams very determined to take the win. And I think that we'll see something fairly similar on this bomb site to what we've seen twice already. The real question is, how effective will Mindfreak be in their roam clears, in their, I guess you could say, key position clears, clearing these key areas such as CCTV, where we see this setup being deployed by the defenders currently. Good bit of utility. It's just spaced out very evenly. A couple of goo mines, a couple of mute jammers, a couple of ADS devices.
10 seconds to go.
Specker also very keen to get these cameras
5
outside.
seconds to insertion.
Yeah, he's thrown one outside on this same spot every single round so far. Things barely gets his drone out alive.
Moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it. Defender
And
is
I wonder how
approaching a kill
quickly,
zone.
like, Spectre's thrown that
Defender
cam
is
every single round. I wonder if it's actually been found. Like,
Well, you'd hope so with the
IQ
yeah.
becomes a staple.
Look at these very aggressive angles being taken by a lot of the dark-sided players. We can hear already some of the attackers experiencing the feeling of those goo mines in their leg. So far, unfallen as of yet, but it's just East Stairs control thereafter for now. Still a lot of time passed and still struggling a bit. These mute jammers certainly a thorn in their side. Dark-sided banning out Thatcher, making that mute even more efficient and effective, I should say. Finally, East Stairs control taken though. Mindfreak wasted a bit of time. Oh, so very close. Grippy style. With a deployable shield here to help him out. Perhaps aware, yeah, this is his solution for when the mirror is banned. He uses a deployable shield and contests these long angles with the 416. Almost working for him.
Look, you ban a mirror, I'm going to improvise a mirror, right? Like, that's the FB stuff. Going to improvise it, come up with his own engine. Hold those tight angles. Putting a lot of pre-fires down. Finding anything.
It's a bit of a gamble for a lot of these defenders peeking aggressively. You can see even Specker now into officers. However, he does win that gamble. Kings goes down.
I think he managed to get out through that vault hole as well. So, oh no, he's still up in the fountain. He's managed to down a second one. C4's going to come out. It's going to secure the kill. There we go, as Cutie's going to get himself Warden as well out on that AC vent. And now we're only left in a 2v5.
And they're both at the mercy of Specker playing here in Fountain. He's very confident this grenade will flush him out, and Crescent does finish him off. However, Cutie's in a playmaker position. All he needs to do is peek up over casually, take out 2 players. He's playing safe for now, and Jack Daddy finds one. Cutie does eventually see Crescent and pop his head.
Yeah, Darksided there take the round win. A very, very strong defense from them. We've seen the rounds that Darksided have won, they've been very solid in winning. Rounds that they've lost have been very close to Mindfreak, right? Like, Darksided's wins seem a lot more one-sided than what Mindfreak's do.
I've got to agree with you on that one. Darksided's 2 defense wins on that top floor have been fairly comfortable, and even at Customs defense, it really looked like Mindfreak were a bit of a loss. But it's Mindfreak's last chance on the attacking side. Of course, in this current meta, we do see far more defensive wins than attacking wins. So I think Darksided should be happy that they're racking up these wins on the defensive side. Perhaps Mindfreak, it's not too early to sweat it out here as they are on attack, but yeah, we'll have to switch over eventually. Looks like some of the players not having a great day. Wings still yet to find a frag.
Wings did have a frag before the rehost.
Oh, okay, of course. Did have a rehearse.
Yep. So, yeah, he did have a frag before the rehost. So they're not 100% set in stone. They're properly set up, but... Alright, we're going back to ventilation. This didn't go very well for Darksided before. The most comfortable round. Mindfreak won. Gonna have to see how it goes for Darksided this time. It does look like Darksided might have woke up a little bit.
Attackers recovered the diffuser. Attackers are moving.
Here's that camera being thrown by Specker. Ooh, and he was spotted on the run out, but he did take out the drone coming back in. Now, last time this defense did fail, it was really on the fact that not enough of an impact was made on this upstairs bomb site, on this upstairs hold. Yes, they did find one frag, but they were traded. And once Mindfreak had taken that trade and pushed in downstairs, the last remaining player upstairs really didn't have enough ability to solo hole and have an impact through the vertical holes. So we'll see whether Mindfreak is prepared to have that same kind of push. Looks like we're going to have the Maverick trick, potentially. I've never seen this on a cast, so everyone now gets to see it. For those of you who are unaware, Maverick is a bit of a magician, and sometimes he makes these beautiful walls that have been coated in metal, mysteriously not coated in metal. And so as you can see on this wall, it's now completely unreinforced, if it has worked correctly at least. Looks like King's struggling a bit.
Yeah, he hasn't gotten it out just yet, I don't think. But no one there to really make use of it. Like, they don't have any way to actually destroy it. There we go, that worked this time.
There you go. So there you go. Maverick does his magic trick, and now a simple breaching charge will do the trick. The sledgehammer likely to be the culprit for that one. Shade does get aggressive and find an injure, but he's forced back in the wake of that goo mine, and now this wall being shredded to pieces. Not a vaultable hold really, as yet as I can see, and the Maverick being repaid in due turn, his life sacrificed for that wall. Now it be Style traded back as well by Warden. That's top floor control just about as Mindfreak finally establish it in 2 minutes.
Yeah, Ippy Styles, his life was forfeit. He was aware of that. He just had to delay time as much as he can and do as much damage to Mindfreak before he died. He does get picked off, but he's done a world of pain as it is a 3 versus 4, so definitely worth on his life. He managed to waste a lot of time as we are coming into the 45-second mark. Wayne Specker looks like he's getting ready for a late flank, but Mindfreak...
Oh, they're aware of it. You can see that. 2 barrels pointed that direction. This is what's expected by Mindfreak. But 30 seconds, the onus is still on Mindfreak. They have the numbers disadvantage. Wing says no more to that.
Oh!
In fact, he does so twice over, takes down Cutie and Jack. That Specker decides this time he gets back to site, whereas Shaq decides, well, 2 players just isn't quite enough to peek from that side. Warden takes down Specker. Now it's all up to Shaq with the LMG. 60 rounds in the magazine, more than plenty, but can he find these 2 players? Can't even find the... Oh, actually, he does find the first one, but it's a trade directly. Warden securing that kill, covering his teammate. Crescent surely counting his lucky stars for his teammate doing his job even though he fell.
Yeah, and Mindfreak is going to end the half 3-3 with Darksided. That's a very, very strong half for the first game, first map here.
And if we do see a defensive favoured trend, then Mindfreak's certainly got to be happy with themselves, scoring an equal first attacking half. Now it looks like a very, very similar defense lineup. I believe the only switch up we've got is Warden on the smoke instead of... We had Jack Daddy playing Legion, but Shade will in fact be 6th picking, as is a bathroom teller's hold for the first defense. Not one taken very very commonly, in fact probably the least predictable bomb site on this entire map of Border. So
Yeah,
I'm keen to see whether Mindfreak can make the most of that surprise.
this isn't the same level as Oregon's
Tower.
tower, right? Like
Location of a bomb.
this is what this is. Same level as Oregon's tower. You take it as a troll, you take it as G strat. We'll have to see what MF can do.
Good rotation, and I mean a lot of this bomb sites, these unusual bomb sites, do hinge on the setup from the defense as well as any aggressive peaks and you know how much can you get in the face of the attacking side. Now
10 seconds.
with Thatcher banned, Darksided may have shot themselves in the foot as this triple wall upstairs in the office can be secured with those mute jammers. And aside from a Thatcher, the best way to deal with those mute jammers is by going below, but of course the bomb site is below, so it's going to be difficult to get yourself into there.
And if you get yourself into there, you don't need to deal with the mute jammers. The whole thing's... And...
Mute or mute?
Stop worrying about grenades now.
I see what
Hey, you set it up perfectly. Nonetheless, this top floor will be a pivotal part of the defense, and oh no, that Jaeger device is going to die. I'm sorry, mate. Poor Jaeger.
Seems to be way apart.
Oh, yeah, oh my gosh! It's a miracle the Jaeger device survived.
You guys know what
Nonetheless.
they're doing, Dev.
They really do, clearly. More than I do, anyhow. Looks like a fairly spread out downstairs defense. This ACOG from Kings. Oh my gosh! That deployable shield certainly gives him a bit of a run for his money, but he does spot out that drone. Hasn't taken it out yet. Jack Daddy making the most of this information, no doubt, fairly shortly. But Shade's the one who wishes to aggress onto the passport. Beautiful headshot.
Yep. As you said, this aggression from Mindfreak needs to come out, and you can see them roaming everywhere. Things roaming around as a 1-speed right now with an ACOG. Slowly walking his way around the map, being a bit of a juggernaut, seeing what he can get. Becca going to potentially come into contact with Mindfreak players. Jammer. About it. Have to jump on over. Now he's going to spot him
spots out that mute. That's a great piece of information. Now Specker has Wings completely cornered off. However, Kings does find one kill. So everything falling apart for Darksided, and still Crescent able to back up Wings. Specker may have cut off Wings, but of course someone has to do the job of actually flushing him out of there. It's going to be Cutie to do that. No mute jammer on this fountain wall, and Shade also falling to the hands of Shaq. Now Cutie and Specker together have completely cornered off Wings. The best he can hope for is to find one of these kills as Specker attempts a redrone. Surely Cutie will be peeking onto this any second. Wings has to find one of these kills to make the difference.
He just has to knock it anti
Oh,
here.
Crescent!
Crescent lands a beautiful headshot there onto Cutie. Specker's going to trade one back though, manages to take him out. And there comes, it comes Wings. He's managed to take his way out. That leaves it all up to Shaq right now. And he is going to pick up Kit, but with 30 seconds left, 3 enemies left to find. It's not looking good for him, Dev.
What a great position for the defense. Wings cleans it up. And there you have it, the unpredictable strategy, that unpredictable defense round. Going straight to Tellers, working out for Mindfreak. Perhaps it was a bit of a rough start on the attacking side, but really, can you blame them when no one really can attack these days? Mindfreak seem to be coming out on top so far in this match.
Yeah, they've definitely got the upper hand now, but as we said, we're trading back and forth right now. I have to see how they're going to act as customs.
Look at that, Mindfreak really have been preparing their strategies for the defensive side, and I think that's really what they're counting on winning, racking up a lot of defensive wins, not trading them back and forth as you had suggested. Now, could it potentially throw Darksided off, a team which has historically been fairly strategy focused, fairly set in stone. They do have a clear idea of what they want to do, and then they work towards achieving that goal. And sometimes when you give them a goal that's a bit different, oh, here's a different bomb site. We have to plant the diffuser in a different location. We have to clear out different ground. That certainly can have an impact on how much time they take, which then makes the attacking side much less likely to be successful.
Yeah, it certainly does, doesn't it? It's just
10 seconds to insertion.
I'm really interested to see how MF are going to do once they get back onto the standard bomb site, right? Like, so presuming they're going to win Really interested to see how they're going to do standard bomb sites. Whether they're going to bring across something different. They're going to set up that bulletproof cam. That's good for them. No. Whole corridor is worth of him.
These ACOGs like to be cornerstone of the defense, relying on finding picks and contesting these angles that perhaps Darkside are expecting to be fairly safe. As we see, Spec are very comfortable in pushing this top floor. Well, I should say that, but really struggling with that camera. Perhaps aim just not quite on point today.
Yeah, trying to get that quick peek on the camera, it's not always the... even though it's a stationary target. Yeah, he's going to find the drone though. He's getting cornered from like every which angle. He does have a hatch to drop, but rotations are slowly being cut off one of them.
Darkside are waiting patiently. You can see Ippy style prone in this doorway, waiting for an aggressive peek, waiting to punish any Mind Freak players who attempt it, but Darkside are not likely to find any picks that way, and Style decides to take matters into his own hands. And oh, Shade goes back downstairs. Perfect timing too. A Doc who can now completely heal himself up. C4 finds nothing upstairs. But those hatches are fully solid.
Yeah, Warden's getting into a bit of a firefight. He's looting that. Find that smoke. You don't want to loot him first. And, you know, 5v5 still with half the round gone. We've seen a couple of firefights go either way. Shade is now out of stims. Or 3 to himself, 1 on 1. Health advantage even across the board right now.
But these attackers are the ones who have to make the move. They do have a significant amount of ground, all that top floor control. That said, those hatches still being solid, or at least one of those hatches being solid. We'll put a thorn in their push. Now the downstairs defenders branching out, and well, there's a pick through the floor, no less. Shade taking down Ippy Style. Shaq looking to deal some damage on his own as QD opens up another avenue into the bomb site. And you can see how worried Darkside are about these flanks, as they should be, because of the so very well spread out defense from Mindfreak. Shade finds another kill, the Doc doing all the work, Specker on the floor. And now reviving, doing his job as the team medic, reviving his teammate.
That was good play by Shade. He's managed to find both kills so far. A cooked nade is going to get thrown, barely going to miss Kings. Kings is actually going to get out of dodge though. Way back into bathroom, and his shots are just not landing for Darkside. And Wings finds himself one. That's Jack Daddy being taken off the board. Now into 2 versus 5. Beauty is going to reply, finally get it, but Crescent and Wings come out with a quick kill each. Mind Freak, they're pushing themselves even further forward now.
Certainly a good defensive half for Mind Freak thus far, 2 rounds into it, and already stealing their way ahead. No longer are we trading rounds.
Yeah, no longer are we trading rounds. 5-3. Mind Freak have made themselves a little bit of a lead at this point. Going back to ventilation, might see around the world, Dev.
Yeah, well, we haven't yet seen Armory, which is the most predictable bomb site. So I feel like if you're on the dark side of roster at the moment, you have to be thinking, predict the unpredictable, which is, you know,
we may have dark-sided Dev, but Mind Freak are definitely the dark horse right now.
Looks to be the case, as once again, 2 ACOGs brought by the Mind Freak roster, and Ippy Style flexing onto the Ash, hoping to accomplish a bit more than he could on the IQ, now that he has that R4C in his hands.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be good for him. He is really strong in that Jaeger, so it makes sense, you know. Maybe he's an Ash main too. Every rank star's green.
Yeah, so this top floor will be a point of heavy contest for the defensive side, as is typical for the ventilation and workshop bomb site. A lot of reinforcements being placed downstairs. It really did come into the meta to not reinforce the bathroom walls and instead make a rotation into the bathroom with a castle barricade on the bathroom itself, as if you're playing someone with a shotgun, such as a smoke, it's very, very comfortable to play inside of the bathroom. You can hold it for a very long time. That said, Mind Freak not opting to go with that, I should say, old meta strat. Instead, perhaps, I guess the meta goes in circles, doesn't it, really? Yeah. I mean, what's that? That's old meta now, but what we're seeing right now here with reinforcing, that's old meta. And so, it seems to be Mind Freak favoring these setups that's perhaps less predictable, which, in my opinion, is the perfect way to deal with Dark-Sided, as they occasionally lack some initiative when it comes to tackling obstacles that they aren't predicting.
Yeah, well, we saw, just their first round on their attack here. Very, very slow. They didn't quite know what they wanted. They didn't know what they wanted their objectives round to be. They couldn't execute.
Spec taking down that mute jammer, no Thatcher about, so he does so with his rifle. Lippy style on the Ash with the R4C, already finding one, however he took a lot of damage for it. Specker also in a duel of his own. No shots successfully exchanged either way. Wings looking to find some. He spots out just the side of Jack Daddy on the IQ, and he's looking to take on Specker. He may have seen him inside of the fountain, and now Wings in a very uncomfortable position, but still so comfortable to be contesting these angles, and it looks like he'll do so again. Pre-firing left, right, and center.
Yeah, Wings being pushed from multiple angles. Specker's going to finally land that headshot, take him out. Now 3 versus 5 here in favor of Darksided. They might finally have something to have a round of their name on this attacking half. Gordon, he's got the red dot on the SMG-11.
A bomb has been located.
Attachment is...
No, with the red dot, I mean, we're in a position where all the 3 sites, red dot, reflex, and hollow, not to mention ACOG, I regard it as, pretty equally viable. As for the 1x anyhow, just a lot of personal preference really comes into it, and most people tend to prefer the hollow or the reflex. When you don't have any breaching charges, so you end up shooting to the floor. Well, looks like Specker needs no breaching charges. Finds his second kill for the round. Shots ringing out from all the defender rifles. Oh, hippie style, that's a bad throw, but King's taking down Specker. Kings is the one who has to make all the difference now. 1 versus 4. This has to be an ace. That's 2 kills. 3 more to find. Oh, almost tags up another, but there's a long reload.
Yeah, it's a really long reload here. Now got 80 rounds to play with, but the diffuser's been planted. Still got 3 people to find. Close to finding 1 here. There we go, 6 to head. What a shot by Kings. Now he's got 2 left to find. Thermite and Capitao, both at 100% health. Kings, 1 bullet from death. He's sneaking around. He's got a long angle. Outside though. Clock is ticking down.
Defenders have eyes on
Seen this before,
attackers need to protect it.
but it's not going to be the case this time around. Kings not managing to accomplish what NV King accomplished earlier this week on the Maestro. And there you have it. Finally, Darksided do win one of their attack rounds and get 1 step closer to evening it up. That said, Mindfreak still 1 point ahead on their defensive half, and if finally they return to Armory Archives, as you said, going all the way around the world, if they can win on what's regarded to be the most viable bomb site on this map, then that's an easy draw, at minimum, for Mindfreak.
Yeah, although they're not going to be happy with a draw. Mindfreak, I believe, hasn't won a map yet. I think they have a... haven't won.
Certainly, I think that the call of victory is burning for Mindfreak. And I think that they'd be no happier than to take on Darksided on a map such as Border, a map so iconic. A victory here would certainly mean a lot to them, and start racking up some of those points that they so desperately need.
Very even kills across the board there. 3 members of Mindfreak on 6 and a 4th on 5 frags, so team all pulling their weight. Definitely like no one getting carried here.
You can stop worrying about grenades now.
That's how I like to see it. Oh, King, so unfortunate.
10 seconds to go.
Now, top floor defense. Very, very same. None of this Ying stuff, none of this, we do have smokes, I guess. Darksided bringing the Capitao. But this is so staple, this is so textbook. And even more so than Darksided's defense, we see Mindfreak playing textbook with the simple fountain hold, no rotation being made into our hallway, no presence in CCTV. But they do have the smoke. Warden is a monster on that SMG-11, and those gas canisters can certainly delay a significant amount of time. Yeah, Mindfreak going with the tried and true strategies and coupling that with some strong individual play, and that's really the recipe for success for Mindfreak.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have to be what Mindfreak's going to do. They've done a lot of solid work creating chaos. Kings is so close to seeing people peek here. Reaction speed's going to need to come point. Take it out. Shaq's just going to drone him out though.
His mute jam is disabled by the Viper strike from below, allowing the thermite charge to detonate on that external armory wall. Drones also finding their mark. That information being gained successfully. Over information as well from the defenders. Those Valkyrie cameras finding everything they need to. Jack Daddy really not doing his job on the IQ with the electronics detector.
Yeah, you know, you've got one job and that's to find the Valk cam point. And I don't even know if he's honest, but really needs to find them as they're getting all the information that we need right now.
Just a quiet time at the moment for Dark-Sided as they mount their push onto this armory side. I'm sure they'd love to have a Montaigne right about now, but it's banned out by Mindfreak, forcing Dark-Sided to be a little bit more creative and more aggressive. Oh, I don't know if aggressive is the right word, but they can't play protectively.
Yeah.
They can't just brute force their way in there. They have to win these gunfights, and it really does come down sometimes to a lot of extra, tricks up their sleeve. And the utility coming out, but it's responded by the defenders. Will this gas canister detonate perfectly? No, Warden fails, and this looks like to be a successful plant for Dark-Sided. It should not have allowed to be, but now we have a 5 versus 5 post-plant situation with Dark-Sided in the advantage.
Yeah, Cutie here has got quite an angle. He's going to take out Wings, quick as you like. It's me style and Spectre both find one for themselves. Shade's going for a massive flank, but he gets shot in the back by Jack Daddy. Now it is all up to Kings again. We saw this last round. He finds one. He's got another 4+ a diffuser to go. I don't like his chances. Jack Daddy going to take it out.
We're headed on to breakaway point. 5-5. One of these teams will guarantee themselves a draw in this next round. And with that successful attack from Dark-Sided, I've got to say, Mindfreak's chances for getting that win are looking far slimmer than previously.
Yeah, they've dropped 2 rounds in a row now. Certainly not doing well on the standard bomb sites. Going back to bathroom tellers.
So the problem here is that a lot of the time, the reason you win on sites like bathroom tellers when you pick it first up out of the gate, which is as they did, and they did win on it, it's because the attackers aren't predicting it, whereas it's the obvious choice now for Mindfreak and Dark-Sided will be expecting that. They'll be talking right now about, okay, so where were the positions that they played in last time? Where were we expecting them and how are we going to counter those positions? So they already have an advantage of having that extra practice on attacking this bomb site because they attacked it 3 rounds ago.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not they still have a solid attack bomb site, particularly with how Mindfreak hold it. But as you said, when we first saw this bomb site, it really comes down to the aggression from the defenders. They need to play aggressively. They need to be able to catch the attackers off guard, essentially, take the fight. Attackers. So as long as Mindfreak can continue to do that as they've been doing so well on this half, then I think they should be able to win the round.
When you pick a bomb site to defend such as tellers, you're expecting or you're hoping that the attacking side will spend the entire of the prep phase going, wait, so where are they? Wait, they're not upstairs. Okay, they're not downstairs. Wait, are they tellers? Okay, I guess they're tellers. So what are we going to do? And then they spend the start of the attack phase just calling out menial things, such as, is there a spawn peak? No, there's no spawn peak from over there. Okay, where's their setup? Where are they playing? All right, there's a castle barricade. Are we taking top floor? Okay, yes, we're taking top floor. Where are we going to push? We're going to push. And that's that kind of clutter and that kind of disorganization and last minute to and fro and heavy communication that needs to happen between the attackers. That's what you want as a defender, because that puts the team into disarray. And now that Dark-Sided have already had an opportunity, look at how confident they are pushing on through.
Oh!
And it's netting style a kill so early into the round. So none of that chatter from the Dark-Sided boys so early into the round. They're completely confident. They've bypassed that and graduated to the point of actually attacking the bomb site instead of faffing about.
Well, it's going to be a strong showing for Styles right now. Frag on the board. bobbing a drone for days.
I assumed that was going to go through the skylight. What are you trying to do, Cutie?
What he's
Nonetheless,
trying to do.
second
Echo.
kill goes the way of the attackers as well. So a hole was exploited by the attackers. They realized, all right, customs. Customs. Great area. We can take control of it fairly easily, and then we have these great avenues into the bomb site. Kings though does finally reply. That's bomb down as well. I should say defusal kit down on the ground. Not sure if the defenders are aware. However, won't be able to leverage that for their own success.
No, not yet anyway. Jack Daddy's going to get found
what
on the
timing.
side. Just looked away at the wrong moment. Warden made him pay for that. Tied up 3-3 now.
Oh!
Warden gets himself a second as he drops Specker. Now with the man advantage, Warden gets himself a third here. Warden is going huge this round.
I told you it was the beast on the SMG-11, and now with 16 bullets remaining in total. Surely he can make the difference. It's just Cutie. It's only a 1 versus 2, so entirely doable. Breakaway point, as I mentioned earlier, one of these teams guaranteeing themselves a draw in this very round. Cutie will have to do a 1 versus 2 clutch to make that happen. And the two defenders playing passively in workshop.
Yeah, he's got
Plenty of time to
30
play with,
seconds
but the
left.
intel going all the way for the defense. Cutie has to land both of these shots, and Warden once again a 4K with the SMG-11, guaranteeing himself and his team a draw here against Darkside, and at minimum, and at most, taking round number 10 into a victory. Round number 12, I should say.
Yeah, that was a good round by Warden. Nice 4K for himself. He's going to be very happy with that. Nice to pad the stats for him. And we are going to go straight into custom inspection.
Well, I gotta say, credit over to Mindfreak for sticking with their guns. I was talking about how critical it was, the advantage that Darkside would have being predicting that bomb site, but looks like Mindfreak, despite that, do manage to steal ahead.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Yeah, as we are going to go back to customs. We did see a successful defensive last time by Mindfreak. History repeats itself. We're going to see there. Warden, the first person to reach double digits for the map.
And in what a fashion as well. Of course, this isn't the complete scoreboard. We did rehost a couple of rounds, but nonetheless, Warden really stepping it up. Credit to the man. Playing a smoke, no less. One of the best smoke players in the region, in my opinion. Just nails those shots with the SMG-11 every single time.
Yeah, really accurate with it. Really accurate with it. That was harder to get out than it should. So it's really interesting to see how he just nails those headshots time after time after time. It's just a thing to behold, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, top floor defense. While holding this downstairs area, looks like Warden, is he preparing? Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
Place
straight
C4
for the
right
barbed wire.
Located by attackers.
Alternatively, that's going to get Ash and Zophia'd. And
Yeah, that's a great point. Okay, so Crescent checking out for King, so that he can in fact pick it back up if he wants to. He can get the distance, and he may well decide to do so. Over Specker doing what he does best, entering the building ahead of his team, droning himself in.
yeah, so ooh, Shaq and Wings getting a trade off there.
Well, something you see every day, but fair trade. A lot of utility gone for Capital, but on the other side of it, no utility gone for the Rook, really. Just a little bit of fragging potential. You can hear that C4. It's still alive. The attackers can hear it from the upper side. I'm very cautious about progressing forward over it. You can see Jack Daddy looking through the floor.
Oh.
Spots out the pulse below. I don't think Kings quite realizes. Jack Daddy may find good on this, but no. Not yet. Kings playing passively. Specker finding himself a kill as well. Defenders looking rough. This could be the point to tie up the game.
Yeah, they're slowly pushing their way in. Jack Daddy,
Attackers recovered the bomb
aggressive,
diffuser.
versus 4 at the moment. Jack Daddy's getting himself reset.
Oh, no,
Gas
that's
Babe coming
gone.
out. Going to check him into a hospital, put him into the morgue. Warden takes out Jack Daddy with the Gas Babe. And that leaves us in a 3 versus 3.
Anyone's game so far in this round. Coming down to the wire with Darkside pushing their fraggers in through Workshop, hoping they can make the difference. Specker, I think he saw Warden. But Warden has such a good position from above. With the shotgun, he can open up these late rotates, late hatch drops. And then Style has to expose his position. He finds one kill, takes Kings' head clean off, but Warden wants it. Ippy Style says no. All up to Crescent to close out this as a map win for Mindfreak. Otherwise, Darksided will tie it up. Just Crescent, the last man standing, and the 3 Darksided attackers peeking from the same angle. The MP7 is good, but is it good enough? And more importantly, can Crescent do the job? No, he can't. Darksided tie up. Map number 1, 6-6.
A 6-6 draw. That is devastating. That was so close. I really that went really pear-shaped for both teams.
Yeah, credit over to Ippy Style for finding those kills nice and close near the end of it. That really did make the difference that was needed. Finding those two quick kills to essentially get the teams, put his team in such an advantage. And a great job for Darksided to come back from that position. A bit of a rip for Mindfreak, who did think that they were going to get their first win on the board. Unfortunately, it won't happen on border. Perhaps Oregon, they'll have more luck.
Yeah, well, that was scrappy, wasn't it? I think that's the best way to put it. That was scrappy by both teams the whole way through that map.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. Still, I'm surprised none of this heavy utility operators being brought out. It's almost like there's a gentleman's agreement between these teams. Hey, let's not bring those operators such as your Ying, your Blitz, etc. We're not so keen on those at all.
I was actually thinking that about 3 way through the map, about round 10. I haven't seen a Ying yet.
Yeah, I mean, of course, having the Monty banned out means that very forceful operator was off the cards, but I'm harping on about it. But like, I've seen some of these players play so very well on Ying, and Ying is so very powerful. As long as you counter out those ADS devices, you really can force yourselves in, especially on close quarters maps such as Border and now Oregon that we're headed to next. I'll be very surprised. I mean, not even surprised. I mean, you got to expect now that these guys aren't favoring the Ying, but I've got to say, really, it's something that we ought to expect in this match, if not a blitz.
Yeah, I think Oregon could potentially be blitz. We have seen a lot of successful blitzes. No pun intended, as they just rush their way through the west side of the map in particular, up white stairs, and then down the rear stairs as well in the basement. So we've seen a lot of very quick blitzes coming through, really pushing people out of their safe spots and into the waiting arms of their teammates, or waiting gunfire if they're potentially, they could go both ways.
So as for this next map, I'm going to talk a little bit about the bans of the previous map, and interested to get your thoughts on how they'll correlate to the bans of the next map. So last map, Monty and Thatcher were the bans on the attacking side. I'm going to talk about the Thatcher first. So on Oregon, of course, we have that lobby hatch, which is so heavily contested. And now if you use a mute jammer on that lobby hatch, you can prevent the Hibanas and the thermite charges from detonating on it, as long as you do some other prep that's kind of essential. But the Thatcher completely negates that mute jammer and makes it very easy to counter. So a lot of teams we've seen ban out the Thatcher, not just for that purpose, but also for getting rid of mute jammers in other places on the map. Now I'm wondering, will we see the Thatcher ban again to allow that kind of play from the defense? Or will we be more likely to see another operator such as the Ying ban in favor?
I think Thatcher ban is becoming very, very popular and very prominent on Oregon as a map. So I think we're definitely going to continue that Thatcher ban coming out. Can of course also ban out mute. Want to ban out in opposition to that Thatcher. That could be another way to go.
That's what I always expect, but then it never actually happens. Nonetheless, here we are, map number 2, Mindfreak versus Darksided here in the ANZ Pro League. We're heading to Oregon.
Here we are, Darksided on the defense. They do get the first ban here, taking their time. We saw a lot quicker bans in this first map, but Darksided taking their full time here. Not wasting any seconds, sorry. Okay. Maverick being banned out.
There you go. One of the very prevalent attackers we did see a bit on border.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. He's not exactly popular.
I
Like
feel
Hibana and Thermite.
Yeah, Hibana and Thermite are both great on this map. The thing that you would usually expect to see from a Maverick would be the push in from blue in downstairs, because the Maverick can very sneakily gain control of blue and deal a serious amount of damage by creating holes. That said, I mean, I really feel like it's not enough of a strategy to warrant picking it and hence banning it. Glaz, on the other hand, incredibly powerful. We've seen Darksider use Glaz quite a lot in the past, so I'm not too surprised by by Mindfreak banning it. I think that Glaz overall more powerful than the Monty on this map, so makes good sense to me that Mindfreak want to get it off the table. They also don't want to deal with Mirror, once again. Funnily enough, all the jokes made about Ewan, that's the captain from, sorry, not the coach from Mindfreak, all of the jokes about Ewan's favourite Mirror strats, Mindfreak not so keen on them.
Yeah, they're going to be taken off the board straight away, along with Echo as well to round it out. So very... same defense bans, it's really only the attack bans getting...
No, and just those two attack bans. Thatcher and Maverick, interestingly, can be fairly comparable in a lot of ways, and then the Glaz and the Monty also fairly comparable in a lot of ways, so it's almost like they're just banning another operator of the same class. Nonetheless, straight out of the gate, we're seeing the Thatcher, which was banned out consistently on the last map, and we're seeing the Ying, and we're seeing the Blitz. So it's like they were listening to us, Flea, and decided, oh, you want some of this forceful utility? Well,
have all the forceful utility in the world.
So the Panzer Strike ready to strike. It was hidden beneath a 6th pick. However, the defender's likely to expect the Ying from Shade, which was not hidden that whole duration. No smoke means it's going to be very difficult to counter a lot of these smokes on the attacking side, of which Blitz will possess 2. A lot of the time as well, when you hear those Ying Candelas detonating, you just want to throw out a gas canister to prevent the Ying from pushing on those Candelas, but with no smoke, it does make you a little bit worried. How forceful can this Ying be, and will there be anything to stop her aside from those goo mines? The attackers got all the I's and crossed their T's. I think that they will be successful in pushing through and using this utility.
5 seconds.
Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? They've got all the utility there at their disposal. They have all the keys to their success. They just have to line these keys up and put them in the lock properly. And it's up to the defenders to disrupt that process as best they can. I think that really has to be the defender's strategy. They can't sit on their laurels. If they're going to be passive, they're going to lose. Right? The defenders need to be aggressive and they need to be very active.
What I'm really keen for is this downstairs presence from Darksided, particularly the Legion, and these rotations being utilized downstairs. I've seen this from quite a few teams in the past, something that I used to see. I remember Jam, in particular, from Taboo, used to play this as the Legion. I mean, he was a pretty nuts player for a while, and I remember him dealing a lot of damage from down in this position. But 3 players from Darksided here around the kitchen and the bathroom, with only 1 anywhere near the bomb site. As Ippy Style is also downstairs in the basement. So, if Mindfreak play their cards right and use their intel to the best of their ability, they should be able to do some serious damage and take out these players. Oh, the Panzer Strike falling apart. Looks like Warden may, in fact, pull out this goo mine.
Down to about 24 health.
Looks like he's begging for a reset.
Yeah, that was a really good hold there from the stairs, plus the goo mine, forcing him to take a lot of damage. Shaq now in a strong position to throw a C4. Becca took about half health though in response from that Panzer Strike Blitz. And that's a reset gone wrong. King's gonna TK Warden.
Doing wings! That pistol does 51 damage. He had 24 HP. Do your maths, mates.
Located a bomb.
What are you trying to do? He could jump off the roof. You could throw EMPs at him if you really want to.
Been located.
Get Hibana to shoot it with the bearing.
That is not how you wanna. That is not how you want to do a reset at this level of play. So unfortunately now, they've lost the Blitz, they've lost the Shield, and they've lost the Warden. Not a good way to have this round start. And with under sub 1 minute, they haven't gained anything yet. Like, they're still on the outside of the map, Dev.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see a nice shot call in chat when when that reset came about, attempted reset. But looks like Darksided are continuing to do the work, and it's a run out, punished finally, but Jack Daddy's done so much work. It's just wings.
Yeah, he
1 versus 4.
doesn't have diffuser. And as we are going to lose Crescent. But, oh, he can hear someone coming up the side. No, he's going to turn around at the wrong time. Styles going to put a bullet in the back of Wings' head. We are going to get ready for the repost.
And would you look at that? Unfortunately, just 1 round and we have the rehearse. But wow, what a decisively one-sided round.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for Mind Freak fans out there. That was not their best moment.
Yeah, it didn't particularly go very, very well for Mind Freak. You know,
yeah, that was particularly bad.
Started off really poorly.
How do I not be negative for Mind Freak?
Trying to come up with something positive to say about it, but it started off poorly and it went downhill. Like,
the ironic thing here is that we pointed out some of the utility that we thought that some of these teams should bring, and as soon as that utility was brought, the team was dumpstered in the round. I've got to say, the thing that really highlighted to me is that the fact that the defenders, they had a nice setup. I was complimenting on it earlier. A lot of downstairs pressure, and that typically when you have downstairs pressure, it's for 2 reasons. 1, you want to start using that vertical play to deny from below, and 2, you want them to push you because you're setting up that downstairs area with goo mines and reinforcements and more, so that you are going to be heavily defensible in that area. And as soon as you have 3 people now in the kitchen area and 1 person in the basement, how many people do you have on the bomb site? Just 1. Now, I don't care how many Legion mines you have on that bomb site. If you've got a Blitz and a Ying, you just drone out the bomb site. You see there's 1 player on there, you should be able to brute force that.
Oh, easy.
Very easily. Even if you lose 1 player, even if you lose 2 players, have someone to cut off those rotations up the main stairs, the main two staircases, and you push onto that bomb site and you take out that 1 player. And we didn't see that, and I can only assume that's because there was a lack of information from Mind Freak. I think they'd too early preset, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take downstairs, or we're going to push up white stairs, or something like that. And they didn't have the foresight to think, okay, look, I've just counted 1, 2, maybe even 3 people down in kitchen. Does this mean that they've got much presence upstairs? Maybe we should drone upstairs, check it out, and then make the most of that opportunity, because really the round would have gone completely differently if we had seen that utility used in conjunction, focused on the bomb site, which was the weakest point for the defense.
Yeah, it really was, and I have to really agree with you. I think trying to roam clear then with that team comp was just a mistake, right? Like, you know, not enough intel, not enough droning, and just trying to not use their team comp to its effect. Like, they should have gone up to double window, candaled it, planted. Blitz should have just charged into wherever that 5th person on site was, and then he could have just sat white stairs. Right? Blitz could have literally just stood at the top of white stairs with his shield and just essentially held it by himself, right? Like, and then everyone else can just look down that long corridor, and what are they going to do about it, right? Like,
yeah. If we had control of kids from the attackers, so for example, use Ying charges, smokes, and the Blitz in conjunction with some of the other utility that the attackers had, perhaps just to clear out some of the counters of the defense. Push yourself in, take control of kids, and you're pretty much that's it. If once you have control of kids and you're cutting off the rotations, that should be the round in favor of the attack. Now, I do wonder, now since that was such an abominable attack, will we see them attempt the same operators? Or are we more likely to see a mix-up and them go back to their roots? They're more comfortable, simple, tried and true, don't have to worry about these forceful utility.
Well,
because I've got to say, look, yes, this utility is really useful, this Blitz, this Ying, but only if you use it right. And as we saw particularly in the early round from that Blitz, it's devastating when you don't.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, I think most of it's going to be moot anyway, as we are heading in basement now. Potentially the basement, where I'm going to guess we're going to go. And yeah, there it is, basement coming up. And so Ying becomes a bit more potent. But look at that, going to choose the Jackal this time coming out. well as an IQ. I'm not a fan of that IQ. I want to see them pick that out. But that pulse? Yeah, okay.
Hey, there you go. Nice one. So, in fact, both of those operators you mentioned being 6th picked. So, another thing I like about hiding the castle inside of a pulse is it means that when you start firing that UMP in the prep phase, if you do it all, the defenders who are listening, sorry, the attackers who are listening aren't thinking, oh, there wasn't a UMP in that reveal phase, because there was the pulse. So, perhaps hiding it a little bit more effectively. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one who actually sweats enough to listen to what kind of guns. I'm very sweaty when it comes to audio. I do like guessing and using my immaculate ear, my immaculate hearing to listen to what guns.
Your ear must be very good. Is it a stud or is it a ring? Like
I go for like the full, I don't really know terminology, but yeah, the giant stretches all the way down. Yeah, that's what I go for.
And
nonetheless,
a face tattoo. You're the kind of guy who has a face tattoo. So.
yeah, exactly right. Now, as for Rainbow Six Siege, which is a video game esport that we are commentating currently, we have some a little bit of a modification on the attacking lineup. I've got to say, I think it's good that we still got the Ying, and on top of that, I'm particularly happy to see this Jackal, which should be very helpful for attacking this top floor.
In all honesty, the Blitz could have just face tanked what the Jackal can do. Like, it could very well be Blitz charging up that armory stairwell and just clearing this top. That could have been a very effective strategy as well. Obviously MF want to be a little bit more thorough and a little bit more controlled. They're bringing that Jackal instead of just face tanking with Blitz. So those pings coming out. Getting very, very close here. Jack Daddy's been tagged up pretty heavily. Spec is getting into a fight with Shade. Just evade out those shots. Like it says, you want to play whack-a-mole? Let's play whack-a-mole.
Control of the armory being attempted by Crescent, but this rotation in the corner, top floor hallway, will allow Specker to... Yeah, I do like it as well. Allows Specker a lot of versatility. And Jack Daddy, despite being Jackal track, finds one. Can Jack Daddy bait out and find the second one? Perhaps not. Throws out a Legion Mine, just baiting at the moment. Perhaps the attackers aren't aware that they injured
Specker. They're not aware. If they are, they haven't been able to secure it.
No, you can't do this. Not to me right now.
Wings picks up a beautiful double kill as Jack Daddy goes for the wrong defense. And I just... that was really unfortunate there. And...
Still, advantage to the attackers. Line Freak have spent 2 minutes doing it, but they do eventually clear out those two roamers. Fortunately, it looks like we've got a server crash. So, that's everyone's best stream. So, that's a bit of a safety screen for you guys. Which, I've just got to say, don't you just love it when you're just watching a stream innocently, and then out of the corner of your eye, you see someone staring back at you, and then you realize that's Matt Andrews' face right there.
He's a good-looking bloke.
He really is, and I mean, just when Matt Andrews' face just drifting.
Actually,
slowly.
You're gonna get to meet him soon.
Yeah,
something we haven't touched on yet. You've been invited to Montreal.
Yes. I'm really excited to work with Zoronic and Milos on the analyst desk and hopefully give the best representation possible for APAC. I want to just make it so that all the viewers from overseas know about our teams and get the facts right, and that's going to be my priority while I'm over there.
Yeah, no, it's going to be great for you. I think it's well deserved, Dev. I don't think anyone can say that it isn't. You're going to represent us fantastically, and all of us are really happy to see you go. It's a big announcement for you. And I think you sort of just, I must say, you took it very humbly.
Well, I mean, I know everyone would love to have, all of our ANZ talent over at the Invitational, and we'd love to have all of our teams get to go over there. And I mean, it is really sad that we have to fight to only get a couple of talent and a couple of teams over there, but I mean, that's just how it is, and what I can say is I hope that, being the first APAC, I should say English-speaking APAC talent over there, hopefully it'll open up the gate for more of the talent, such as yourself, Flea, to get over there at these international events, the global events, which should be really awesome if we can make it happen. I think it's going to be great integrating the regions even more closely.
Yeah, it would be absolutely amazing. We'd be able to have casters, every single region being able to cast game. But I think you're going to do a tremendous job over there, Ev. I just want to say congratulations.
Thank you.
A well-deserved pick, and I think everyone's going to be very happy to see how you go over there and watch you succeed and further your casting career.
Thank you, Flea. I think that's an end goal would certainly be for the ANZ casting crew to get to have our own cast of all these global events where we get to cast it in Australian, because of course the Kicks Inter or whatever, they cast an American and it's just not quite the same.
Yeah,
there's a very distinct dialect difference, mate. So we really have to keep getting our casters exposed in these environments.
How are Australians meant to know that they've done something wrong unless we call them a on cast? Like, really got to pull it out here. I like to think, as someone who is born and bred and raised in Queensland, I can definitely bring the bogan. And
yeah. You can rep that. I mean, like, I'd love to try, but I really know I can't do it well enough compared to you. I'm just not a legit Australian because I come from, the southern end, on the coast, in the city all my life.
Too much Avo on toast, mate. That's your problem.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm the Avo on toast Australian, and you're the legit Far North Queensland Australian.
Yep.
So look, we got some diversity in our Australianness right here, which I think is pretty good.
I think we do need to extend an invite here to Cthulhu across the pond.
Yes. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, he may not be living in Australia, but ANZ, I mean, it's just proof that we've got this LPL NZ league of how important New Zealand is to the whole ANZ region. I think it's a bit sad sometimes because, NZ gets maybe a little bit out of the spotlight when we talk about ANZ. But hey, it's got 2 out of the 3 letters in the acronym. So that means it's got to be just as important, if not more important.
Well, I mean,
right?
and Warden's from...
Exactly. And he's been performing out of his mind tonight. So, gotta say, I was actually having a look at some of these this LPL NZ qualifier for the Six Oceanic Cup. Which, if you didn't know about it, we've got this awesome event called the Six Oceanic Cup, which is going to be just like the Six Masters that we had just a couple of months ago. And there's a lot of ways to qualify for it, and one of them is by playing in this New Zealand tournament. And I saw a lot of familiar faces in some of the rosters there. Players such as Nico. There was a team which was Nico and PD and Wildman.
That's a throwback.
I know. It's like old Corvidae, old Maelstrom
Royal.
even. Yeah, Royal, really? So now you're getting pre-Dev Marta, before Dev Marta was playing Rainbow Six.
That's the old Royal day.
Yeah.
Whew, that is a throwback.
I'm really keen to see how they go and whether because I mean, there's a land spot at the end of that tournament, and 2 land spots, in fact. So there's a lot of teams that I'm really keen to see perform in that league, and like you were saying, New Zealand really there are a lot of good talent over there, not just in the player base, but also obviously Cthulhu, great caster. So I'm really keen to see all of that action happening over in Kiwi land.
It's going to be great for him, and I think it's going to be really, really good for Cthulhu being able to cast in his own backyard. Not have to travel internationally.
Not literally.
Yeah.
Not literally. I don't think that the budget's so low that they've got to do it in his backyard. But maybe for a future event, we'll all head over to Cthulhu's place. Have a party in his backyard.
That would be good. So, but no, let's focus back onto this game. So you have to go same ops, same site, same everything back into it. So it is going to be a replay of the second round. A chance for the players to be able to do something differently.
Yes, and I mean, yes, you can have the same. You have to have the same operators, but you can potentially change the way you use those operators. So we saw the defense holding upstairs in dorms, and it looked like a good start. But eventually, they lost more players than they took out, and they wasted 2 minutes, which I'd say is pretty good, but maybe not quite good enough, especially when you've still got a Ying on the table.
Yeah, I think it's. I want to see them do something differently, right? Like that's going to be. I think that's going to be what is going to determine who wins the round. Is does makes the biggest difference.
Who makes the adaptation?
Who makes the adaptations, exactly. So if they manage to pull out a different hole with the same operators, it's going to catch the attackers off guard, and Mindfreak are going to have to adapt to that play, where now Mindfreak are currently sitting there going, okay, they're going to do this, they're going to have this castle here, they're going to have the ADSs here, they're going to have Black Eyes here, they're going to have people holding up here, down here, over in this hallway, this is how we're going to flush this person out, we're going to deal with this way, do this. So it's just, if Darksider can throw all that off the table and say, well, now you got to deal with something else, it's going to be really, really strong.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think that Mindfreak have demonstrated how strong that they can be with their matches on Oregon. So, sorry, on Border earlier. So, look, I think that they certainly can step it up on Oregon as well. So, may not have been a great first round, but certainly now they can. Look, they're having a good second round on their attack, and I think that they can close out a couple of rounds here on Oregon. Got to say, like I was saying just at the very start of this match when we were discussing the map bans, in the banning for the first map. So for those of you who don't know, this is technically 2 best of 1s we're playing. It's not a best of 2. And as such, the maps are selected in independent map banning vetoes. So for the first map, which was Border, we had 2 default bans, and then each team kept banning 1 map until we just got down to Border. And then we started again. All the maps reset to get to Oregon. We have the 2 default bans, one of which is Border, and then we ban out 1 each time until we get to the final map, which is Oregon. And in that first veto, when we got to Border, Darksider banned Oregon. So perhaps Darksider aren't so keen on playing on this map that they eventually have no choice but to play on. And maybe Mindfreak will have an advantage because of that.
I think, if you're going to let it, considering it was the second last map, it was the last map to get banned out, I think Darksider are going to be fairly comfortable on it as it is. Where I think that if we're, I think that, they don't let it get that far down the veto list unless they are comfortable. So, maybe it's just a preference thing. They prefer Border over Oregon. Or maybe they think Mindfreak was weaker on Border on Oregon. Which, if that's the case, then you're in a bit of trouble because Mindfreak performed really well.
Yeah, that's why I think that they've got the stones to take it here on map number 2. Same operators, of course. But particularly interested in seeing how the castle is used differently. If it is used differently, which is what I hope.
Yeah, we're going to have to see exactly how it's going to be different or whether or not they're going to do the same setup. I want to see something different. As I said, I really want to see something different. It's going to be really, really
Maestro, obviously very powerful, especially in the wake of Echo and Mira both being banned out. I really feel like they're the dynamic trio. Perhaps, you could say that the dynamic duo is Echo and Maestro with Mira thrown in for good measure.
And it does look like it's going to be the exact same hold from Darksider. I don't know. I don't think I like it. Like, if it's going to be the exact same hold, I really think you had all that time to come up with something different. I think they could have come up with something different.
5 seconds left before insertion.
So a lot of castle barricades being deployed on these exterior windows, forcing the the attackers to actually move into the building or take out that utility before they can start having an impact on this dormitory's defense. Of course, the dormitory's not being the bomb site. The dormitory is just being some ground, the high ground, as Obi-Wan likes to say. That
it's over Mindfreak. I have the high ground.
Well, Mindfreak did manage to clear out the high ground somewhat successfully, so perhaps, Flea, you were just underestimating their power.
You know what? Star Wars nerd in me is very happy right now, Dev.
I find your Star Wars quotes pleasing. All right. Before we turn into like a giant nerd fest and get everyone to close the stream, let's take a look at Darksider defending up. It looks like Specker very quickly decides he's better off just playing defaulting back. Jack Daddy also allowing himself some rotations as well.
Darksider not feeling very comfortable in that upstairs hole right now. They are going to have to piece out of there pretty quickly, retreat and fall back. that is going to allow Mindfreak free reign to take control of this top floor, but those Gusions are becoming a bit of a pain for them.
Oh, gotta love it when you say Gusions. And look at that, they are indeed. More being stepped upon, and Shade holding these long angles through the sweat holes at the other end of the attic. Jack Daddy still inside of tower. Looks like it's not too much trouble for the Hibana of Crescent to open up that hatch. If you do manage to find yourself on Twitter sometime on Crescent's Twitter page, you'll notice his Twitter bio is actually opening stuff for @MindFreakRainbow6. So, his Twitter banner, his Twitter being proved true as he opens up that hatch.
Well, everyone has a job. And Crescent obviously very good at his job of opening Mindfreak.
Bomb located by
But as it looks like we get into the final 50 seconds here, Mindfreak are going to start thinking about this plan.
And that Ying Candela, you can hear it. Forcing the defenders to be passive.
Crescent.
Yes. Crescent, no, he decides he's not going to make it, so he gets out of there. But Shade's already used up his Candela and gone downstairs. Kings finds one onto Specker, but the smoke in the hallway, not working out. Cutie has the opportunity to peek onto Crescent, who's so low on HP. But Cutie finds Crescent.
Whoa!
Finally, Shade finding 2 big kills, but is it enough? 2 more players to find, and Shade knows he has to step up right now. Cutie aware of his position, but It'd style on the flank.
seconds to go.
Shade no more utility, and he gets taken down. But Kings also find style. It's a 1 versus 1. The Maestro versus Kings.
10 seconds to go. Kings is going to push his way in. He's going to know he's there. The pre-fire comes out. Cutie wins it. Darkside and clutched the round.
And that was a 4K at minimum for Cutie. Was that an 8? No, surely not an ace, but a formidable job from the Maestro, holding steadfast inside of that heavy anchorage position, doing exactly what he needed to every step of the way, and guaranteeing Darksided their second round on the board.
Yeah, that was a strong round. Mindfreak almost got it. 2v2, they weren't in control of the defuse, so they had to go for frags. I'm not sure what Shade was doing not checking that closet, though. Somebody's always in that closet, right? I feel like Shade should have just been pre-firing that closet.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I mean, why would you sprinting past that closet? Surely not. Maybe he was distracted by a call about where Ippy Star was upstairs, and maybe forgot a bit about that default position. So surprising, certainly, that he found himself in that position. But well, that's the end of that round, and
Red Dot MP7 suppressor.
I love that, man. That's so good. I love it.
Right.
It's just so satisfying. It sounds so good, and it pops heads like crazy. Funnily enough, the MP7, despite being, even with suppressor, I guess, it's one of the highest DPS guns on defense, as well as being a headshot machine. High damage output,
that's just me.
High rate of fire, and fairly low recoil, which is fantastic as a user.
It really is a good, solid weapon. Big fan of them. Bandit was the first defensive operator I ever mained in. So
that explains so much. no, it doesn't. I'm just memeing you. All right, this attack for Mindfreak shaping up. Simple stuff first. Take control of small tower. How are you going to get the wall open? How are you going to deal with the Maestros? How will you be dealing... Oh, sorry, no Maestros in this case, but that's typically what you have to contend with on this bomb site. Interesting that no Maestro and no smoke. Neither of whom are banned, but both are neglected to be taken. This means that Darkseid will have to be playing very aggressively and relying on their placement and their movement to find to deny this plant, as well as C4s.
Yeah, they got this wall open very quickly in the sub 5 second open, but now it's just about what can they do. Ippy Styles. Oh, that is going to be a good long flank if he manages to get it.
Oh, and he looks to make it happen right now. Opens up that wall, and great shot onto Shade as well. He's Ren in Terror at an end. Already one pick, and Crescent's decided it's about time to get on diffuser duty.
What are they going to do to stop him? Jack Daddy's going to get aggressive. That's what he's going to do. But Specker's going to pick up wings. C4 comes out from Cutie. Specker gets himself his second. Warden's going to have to push his way into the side. This is now a
Oh, you can see one right in front of him. Warden, what? Warden, he takes him down eventually. But so many more players to deal with. The Legion evading him. Only the shotgun left as he reloads the C7E. 4 more to find. That'd be an ace from Warden, the Kiwi player. And the defenders know exactly where he is. Encircling him from both sides. Watching his flank, watching his behind, watching his front. Can't watch everywhere. He's taken down.
Yep, too many
Darksided
people.
3 consecutive rounds.
Too many people for Warden to deal with. And Darksided, they wait till everyone's in position and just call the go word for them to charge in. Warden gets caught with his pants down a little bit too much. But wasn't really much he could do. Darksided now 0-3 up. Very happy with themselves, going back upstairs. This was a very dominant round.
I feel like it was dominant because Mind Freak dedicated to doing a bad idea.
Yes.
You know, pushing that downstairs area with the blitz. You know, not being aware of these longer angles.
Still not choosing to take the blitz.
No, and the Ying also they have decided to get rid of in favor of the IQ. Interestingly, the IQ hasn't so much been successful in taking on those Valkyrie cameras, and because of that, Ippy Star was allowed to get a long flank outside and take out a player. So I guess the thing we are seeing is a bit different previously is the Dokkaebi, which is a decent counter to the Maestro. Of course, Maestro forced off of his evil eyes while he answers his phone.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting what that Dokkaebi can bring to the table. And honestly, Logic Bomb is just such a versatile, right? Like, it does so much. She forces people off cam, so you know, they lose intel ability. She gives an audio cue to attackers. And it also means that the defenders, to mitigate that audio cue, have to then put themselves in a very susceptible position. So Dokkaebi,
Yeah, that's... Like, I'm just wondering, will the Dokkaebi actually make the difference, though, for Mind Freak? Is revealing those positions actually the thing that's going to make the difference? I'm not sure it will be.
well, if it goes the same way it did last time, they need to get aggressive, and if they need to be able to put people out, and if Dokkaebi enables that, then it's big. That's really all it comes down to.
One interaction with the Dokkaebi that we didn't mention is the interaction with the Mute Jammers, and of course, the Mute Jammers can... Oh... How do you lose? Oh,
That's the
no
flank.
wings.
That's how you lose it. Get flanked
No
by
one
a
covering
wild
his
Jack
back.
Daddy.
That really wasn't so great. I mean, I was busy trying to analyze this Dokkaebi pick, and it's not even relevant at the moment because the rest of Mind Freak falling wings on his own, pushed in, no backup, completely focused on one obstacle, one player. Now these Mute Jammers preventing Warden from pushing through safely.
That Mark 14. Make yourself a massive hole to be able to push Warden. Oh ho ho ho! Cutie! That was close.
The Global Shield allowing a very tight angle to be used. Oh no, Crescent, never make the hole on this side! This enables an angle all the way from that safe position inside of kids, all the way onto that default plant spot. And I really just, I don't understand why teams keep opening up this right hand side of the wall. Open up the middle. Open up the left side. It doesn't matter, just don't open up the far right.
Someone who's Cutie actually finds they had a shade. A good shot from that Alder. But as someone who has been on the receiving end of your many yelling tirades about that side of the wall, I've definitely learned from my mistakes there.
Good, well, hopefully Mind Freak will later on, but this round is still salvageable. Perhaps a bit difficult though. Fortunately for Warden, he does succeed in throwing out that smoke babe. No ADS to delay that for now. Crescent in a very exposed position, taken out, but Warden does refrag. Now, 4 players left on the defense, but Warden knows he wants it. He's hungry for the next one. Jack Daddy on the flank takes him down, but Wings takes one out onto Cutie. Where's Jack Daddy gone? He's let loose inside of Generator. Don't believe he's been spotted out, but that phone's still ringing. King's aware of his position. It's a 1 versus 3 for the Thatcher. We'll have to step up large, but Jack Daddy will finish it off with a nice little Gusion on the floor.
Yep. Fusion going to be the... Oh, he only just threw that too.
Yeah, more like spike grenades than spike traps at this stage. Oh, time after time, Dark-sided. Look, my theory was that this was going to be a more Mind Freak slanted map, but Dark-sided seemed to be making me eat my own words. An incredibly dominant performance so far here on Oregon.
Yeah, they haven't dropped around yet. And looking to be a very painful win here for them.
Mind Freak still have 2 more opportunities to walk away with a win on their attacking half, but a lot of work to be done. Changing up the operators, Shade. Oh, Jackal, last second choice. That does allow Mind Freak to have 2 sets of smokes. Gotta say, that Jackal didn't seem to be so helpful in their roam clear earlier, as the roamers who were Jackal would simply just move around a little bit. They were never in a position to be wall banged. It's not like on Bank where Jackal players really have to move, otherwise they'll be taken out. Stay pretty safely, just moving slightly within the same room. That said, Jackal and Dokkaebi do work really synergetically. Not sure if that's a word, but there's a good synergy between them.
Synergetically is a word now, Dev.
It is now. All right. Look, Dev, we have a program. We have a program called Dev Makes Up Words, and it's every week, Wednesday and Thursday. Some people call it Pro League.
Last week it was Fusion. This week got synergetically.
It's for the fans, all right. But anyhow, what I was getting at. So this Dokkaebi forces a player to stand still and disable that camera, and well, Jackal pings out the player if they do stand still. Oh, Warden, that was a bit.
Did he have to vault?
Yeah. Unfortunately, a bit of client side.
It's interesting.
Client side barricade.
An open door. But you got to vault.
It's a new dance move. It's called the Dolphin
feature. But no. So Mind Freak now, they've made their way into this top floor, really wasting no time taking control of this top floor section. Shade has a couple of pot shots taken at him, but he backed up quick enough. Wasn't any health at all. Comes Crescent to open up these hatches. Gonna live up to his Twitter bio yet again. He opens that hatch very well, doesn't he?
And there we have it. That first Dokkaebi call, Logic Bomb detonating, exploding the rippling effect of that vibrating phone call through the defenders. It looks like destroying any, I guess you could say wasting any of those ADSs with a flashbang. And now Wings also helping out, taking out that Evil Eye, forcing Cutie to use his Ulva. But that line of sight now denied. Shaq really needs to make the difference with his gas canisters. But where's the plant?
Not in a position to. They haven't gone for the plant just yet. They're waiting for the smoke grenades to wear off. Potentially going to throw another one. But Shaq is not in a position to use gas babes effectively.
Speaking of smoke, there you have it. Denying that line of sight. Oh no, surely Crescent's gonna die here. This is where you need to change who's planting, but no! Wings has to jump into it, but Specker allowed to go freely downstairs.
Wings, he's gonna go
Warden
down,
has to cover him. Oh, Wings! Just barely alive, but not for much longer.
Styles!
Don't be Style, 3 kills! Just Kings, once again, how many times have we seen this? It's a 1 versus 3, made 1 versus 2 now. Clutchable 45 seconds, Shaq and It Be Style, but Style, oh my god, the Jaeger, he's on fire! And Kings just has the L85.
It Be Style, styling all over that Mind Freak roster right there, just picking up an instant 3k. That was crazy. But 1v2 now, King's still got his work cut out for him, gonna land a couple of shots on It Be Style, not really gonna take much, but with 20 seconds left, gonna go for a flank here, Dev. He's gonna try and go for a rear plant. No, just gonna drop the hatch. Silent drops it. Still pushing his way in. He has to go for frags. Decided he's not gonna go for the plant. He's gonna go for frags. Shaq is gonna put a shotgun shot into his chest. Darkside had come up with their 5th round win in a row now.
Look at this quick peek. There you go. Shut him down. It Be Style stepping up large in that round, and tiny mistakes by Mind Freak. Got a question. Did Crescent forcing himself to go for that plan instead of giving the diffuser over to Wings. Was that the clincher? Was that the point where Mindfreak lost that round?
You could almost make an argument for yes, but at the same time, I also want to say an argument for no, because they still did deny the plant very successfully. The Gas Babe, presuming everything would have played out exactly the same, the Gas Babe would have stopped the alternate planter, would have taken a lot of health off them, and then Ippy Style still would have cleaned everyone up as they were grouped up on that lower landing.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
A couple of small errors from Mindfreak, but gotta say, Darkside had really came into their own in that round. Ippy Style individually stepping up when it was needed. And unfortunately for Mindfreak, there was no one covering the angle that needed to be covered. And I know you've played especially a lot of ranked attacking that bomb site where you were trying to coordinate with a couple of players in your 5-stack or your 3-stack, however you play ranked. Trying to coordinate someone to watch the hallway, someone to watch inside of the laundry, someone to watch all of those angles to prevent someone doing exactly what Ippy Style did. It's actually a lot more difficult to communicate that than it may seem. That said, the Pro League team, we really have to expect that they can coordinate cutting off these rotations successfully. I'm a bit disappointed that Mindfreak struggled so much to do so.
Really haven't they? They've struggled to make any impact on these rounds so far. That one was the closest round we've seen so far, and it was still 1v2.
Yeah, we have had a couple of close rounds, but somehow Darkside always end up on the top of them. Now, final round. Mindfreak to attempt an attack. If they lose this one, they're going to be staring down match point every single round of their defensive half. Now, it's not unheard of. We've seen it before, but it's definitely an uncomfortable position to be in.
Yeah, it is. Trying to push their way back on the fight. Definitely not what they want, where they want to be right now.
2 minutes left on the clock, and that's the key wall of the small tower opened up. Now, things really didn't work out well for Mindfreak last time they attacked this. Once again, it was just a case of simple denial. It was a C4 that spelled Crescent's death, and on top of that, just all of the Darkside players pushing up and peeking through. But no smoke, and no echo on account of it being banned. No mirror either, because that was banned as well. So no smoke means that really Darkside will be relying on the two C4s they have in Jack Daddy and Shaq. And there's Maestro cameras, which I believe have been counted.
Oh.
But Specca, how is he allowed to survive like this? That's one C4 off the board. The second C4 gets the injure that's needed. Now it's all up to Shade to push in and get this plant down.
He gets
He's going to make it happen. Oh no, Shaq in a power play position, denying the plant once again! How's allowed to happen? Shaq! Oh my god! And just like that, Darkside a clean sweep for their whole defensive half, finished off in style by Ippy Style himself with this run out.
What a round. I really thought they might have got that plant then when they whiffed the first C4. Really thought they were going to get the plant off, but the second one comes in with a clutch down. Not quite a kill, but they get the down. And then, the Evil Eye picks up the kill credit on them. And then Shaq comes through with a massive, massive 2k.
My goodness. I'm still recovering from that final moment, and that's 2 rounds in a row where we've had Darkside, their denial strategy, aside from a couple of C4s or some, partially successful denial, their strategy is to peek, to push, to wide peek, take these gunfights, push up aggressively, and Mindfreak, they can't hold their angles. They struggle to just cut off these rotations. I mean, that's staple. That's 101. That's what you need to be doing every time round. And they're just struggling so much to make it happen. Now, Mindfreak staring down match point, as I said before, for this entire defensive half. And honestly, I don't like their chances.
This could potentially be our first flawless victory in the ANZ Pro League.
That's right. We haven't seen a 7-0 just yet.
Oh, we
We've
haven't.
seen some close. We've seen some ones that were almost 7-1, I believe, for Loki versus Fnatic.
Yeah, we had a 7-1.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Haven't had a 7-0 yet, and Mindfreak,
Attackers have
after
recovered their
drawing on
defuse.
map number
Attackers
1,
must locate and
potentially
defuse the
looking
bomb.
at a flawless defeat.
And Mindfreak certainly have a lot of fans out there. Obviously, the org returning to the scene formally having the very coveted roster now under Fnatic. And, I mean, also the players on Mindfreak, they've each of them been in the scene for a long time. You know, Kings, he played in the Invitational 2018, just last year. We've had people like Shade. I mean, I remember when you coached his team, Flea. I remember he's been around for a long time. Wings as well. For a short time, played on a team with him. Warden, you know, very respected player in the scene, been around for a long time. Darksider getting aggressive. Mindfreak ready for it. Darksider maybe a bit too close to tasting their victory, getting ahead of themselves. Not even a minute past.
Yeah, Ippy style, they're going to trade one back as he drops Wings. Drop that Bandit, but he steps into Gusion through trouble. Shade finds Jack Daddy though, and we're now in a 2 versus 4 here. Darksided roster has... Oh! Shaq comes up huge! Nails Shade's head!
Just 2 attackers left, but they've crept back. Shaq and Style.
Yep.
Just 3 players to find. Still.
But they've got half the round. Like, they've got time. They've got plenty of time to do.
And this is where I think Style actually is quite a strong player. Just looking around to exploit angles. And that's what he does. He has the patience. Looking downstairs. He has the aim. He has the operator as well. The Ash. The perfect operator for this kind of role.
And there no one's on white stairs. Styles just doesn't know exactly where he is right now. And... Present, he's going to stand up. Just barely get out as Style hits the railings there. Take out that barbed wire.
Perfect utility to deal with this. Still 2 stun grenades left. Style uses both of them to get up to the top of white stairs. Spotted out, but he finds Crescent. My god, it's a 2 versus 1. Will this be the first flawless map in the ANZ Pro League? Both of the Maestros still up and spying on these 2 attackers.
Yeah, they're going to go for the
utility
plant.
left, and Kings, he was hiding all at the same time inside.
Just needs to go for the
Kings
plant.
bedroom.
He needs to cover this plant. Kings is back onto his evil eye. We heard him. Now he's off. The shots are coming around. Styles is landing it. A flawless 7-0 for Darksided.
I can't believe what I'm seeing right now, but Mindfreak surely going to be kicking themselves. A disappointing season so far, and they're going to end this half of the season with their most disappointing match yet. A flawless loss to their arch enemies of Darksided.
Yeah, that was painful for to watch if you're a Mindfreak fan. But, like, 2 donuts off the team. 2 donuts. That is not where you want to be. However...
I'm still controlling myself after that one. That was... I don't know what to say. Darksided, they really stepped it up. They made it count. They certainly have their eyes on the prize of those top 2 spots. I mean, Darksided, they have been to the APAC lands a couple of times, but more recently their spot was stolen away by now known as August. So I think that Darksided are really tempted to get back into that position of being top 2. Alongside, well, at the moment, I believe is it Oddity and Fnatic, or have Oddity been overtaken yet?
Oddity,
I think that it's
Oddity is still second. No, Fnatic second. Fnatic second.
Fnatic second.
Yep.
Fnatic first. What are you talking about?
No. August
is Oddity overtaken? Okay, in that
Fnatic
case,
didn't play last night.
All right, in that case, the standings I'm looking at a bit outdated, but that's okay too. Yeah. So I mean, like I was saying about Darkseid, look, they were used to being top of the pack, but heavy contest coming out. You know, this has become very competitive at the top end. Not only is Fnatic and Darkseid and August vying for that top 2 spots for LAN, but also Oddity now coming into the game. And well, I think that Darkseid is going to be certainly happy that they managed to get at least that triple pointer on that last map for taking the win.
Yeah,
Not to mention a good round differential. I gotta add that up there. If you start getting ties on points, which is entirely likely to happen with these 4 teams heavily contesting at the end of the season, round differential will come into it. And so Mindfreak can be very happy with that flawless match.
I think they're going to be very happy too. All right, guys, sit tight, stay tight. We've got a Vant versus Loki coming up right after this break. Hello everyone and welcome back. We are almost ready for our second matchup of tonight, which is a Vant versus Loki. I'm of course joined by the one, the only, the Montreal caster himself, Dev Marta.
Oh, shut up, Flip. Thank you, but please do just keep it down, all right? So yeah, we got a good second match coming up. It's going to be Loki and Avant Gaming. So 2 teams which I think a lot of people had expected would be maybe struggling at the lower end. Of course, Loki with a second team to come up from Challenge League after Mind Freak, who just lost 7-0, by the way, to Darksided. And then Avant, the only remaining team, the lowest placing remaining team from last season of Pro League that didn't get relegated. Now that's a bit confusing, but trust me, I'm with it.
Any more complicated, Dev? Or...
So anyhow, well, where I'm getting with this is that both Loki and Avant may have had, I think, a lot of people hadn't had as high expectations for them as some of the other teams in the league, but they've certainly been delivering well, especially over, I guess say Mind Freak. No offense to Mind Freak, but like Avant, they're sitting in 7th place if I'm not wrong at the moment. Loki are sitting just above them as well. So certainly feeling pretty good, no doubt, these teams. I think Loki certainly want to keep their spot up there.
Yep.
Whereas Avant, they've had some good performances. They did beat Auglis earlier in this season, and I think they've got their eyes set on the prize here.
That being said, I think we also have to look at it a certain way. Loki have had a lot of matchups than what Avant has so far. So we could potentially see both these teams level out around 4th, 5th, which would be very, very interesting. This could be the matchup decides who where on that ladder place.
Well, speaking of maps, first up, this is a double best of 1. So those of you who maybe come from the North American, European, Latin American streams, we play best of 1s here in APAC, but we play both best of 1s on the same day for each team. So it's essentially like a double best of 1. They play one map, then they play another map, and the same teams versing each other. So first map tonight is going to be Villa. Now, if I'm not wrong, this is the map where Avant beat Auglis. So certainly Avant going to be feeling confident going into this one, having a historically fairly good performance on the map. Low-key, I'm sure they've been doing their counter strats and watching these VODs that Avant have been playing as well. Later on, of course, we will be playing Clubhouse.
That is going to be very, very good matchups. Avant seems to really like playing Villa. They've played it a lot so far. I think they've put a lot of effort into that map so far, because it seems to be the map they just keep defaulting back to.
Yeah, I personally love Villa. Being the newest map in the Pro League in the competitive pool, I think it's really great the way it's shown up to be a very dynamic map. A lot of the time, I personally find static maps to be some of the most boring. And look, we're lucky after 2 fairly static maps earlier tonight. We're treated to some more dynamic maps in Clubhouse and Villa. And I'm keen to see, how these teams interpret some of the bomb sites, especially on Villa, which, of course, as I said, is new. So I want to see what these guys have to offer.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. And it's good to note as well that, as you said, Clubhouse, since their map rework, has become a lot more dynamic. And we're
I couldn't say dynamic and Clubhouse in the same sentence with a straight face if I was talking about the old Clubhouse, because that was anything but yeah, like you were saying, I think that the new Clubhouse has so many options.
Yeah, absolutely. Tremendous amounts of things and massive roams as well, run around the whole map and up and down and inside out and wherever you want to go, really. It's your ball game as a defender to be able to do. So it's going to be really great to see what comes of that map. But our first map is, of course, going to be Villa. This is definitely Avant's stronger map, I think, or definitely the one they seem to be most prepared on.
Well, both of these teams certainly want this win. It's important to be racking up those points throughout the season. Avant currently sitting in second last place. Low-key at the middle of the pack. Low-key want to distinguish themselves, assure themselves a spot among the top, which I think a lot of people would be impressed if Low-key could break into the likes of Auglis and Fnatic and Oddity up the top. Certainly in their sights right now, and it all starts with this win over Avant if they can make it happen. Low-key taking out the Glass. Avant taking out the Bok. Now Low-key for the defensive bans. Now Buck banned from Avant. Not something you see every day, but certainly I do expect, when you ban a Buck, you have a clear idea of the purpose of that ban. And okay, wow, I love this. Avant banning Buck and Pulse together. So really, really not so keen on the on that vertical play from either side, attack or defense.
Yeah, as we get into it, and some interesting attacker bans here. I think the Buck is a very strong ban because of how destructible.
Yeah, and the Pulse exact same, right? As for the defense, looks like Aviated Games, or AVG as we call it, is the first bomb site to be taken. 4 what? Every single defensive operator with an ACOG being taken. My gosh.
Why not?
Bart, what are you
Defenders,
doing?
protect your bombs from being
Because
defeated by attackers.
why not?
I'm actually surprised. You're going to be taking that many ACOGs. Surely you'd open up that wall that Copper's just reinforced in the vault. Make yourself a rotation into 90, because of course, playing at 90, you can use your ACOGs for the long angles on both of the hallways, both long and short, I guess you would call them. I'm not sure if other people have different calls for that site, but yeah. I think it's going to come down a lot to how effective, how on point the Avant players are. If they can manage to
10 seconds left before
land their shots when it's needed with these ACOGs, then that'll certainly be
5
a
seconds
help
left.
out. Hunting drones at the moment, a lot of the Avant players are like this. Very prepared
Attackers recovered the
to just
bomb
hunt
diffuser.
down and deny as
Attackers
much
are
intel
moving
as
out to
possible.
locate a
From
bomb and defuse it.
roaming do you reckon we're
Attack
going to
site.
see out of these ACOG?
I'd expect a fair amount, particularly on that east side of the map. North side of the map, contesting for potentially as long as possible. If Loki does attempt to push that side, it looks like that's where the two GIGN brothers are. But now, anyhow,
Fisho trying to go for his ACOG spawn peak. He's not going to find anyone. Bit of a late peak though as well.
I think it's all about keeping that pressure on at this point. It's not actually about the peak itself. No. Casper playing on the window outside of 90. Good position, but he's going to be contesting defenders who have ACOGs. And, well, defenders certainly can do a lot of damage in those positions.
That wall wasn't reinforced. Of course, that would have been a dead Luna. But Fisho's still sitting there. Well, very
Attackers have located a bomb.
patient game by the defense. They're not getting antsy here. Holding their angles. Playing very patiently. Waiting for Loki to reveal their hand and slowly come to them.
More and more drones being denied so far just by the good drone hunting work from Avant. And I think that Mangoes would prefer to be playing the Buck. That's my assumption here, going below, but he's making do with a Zephyr.
Yeah, usually could go help him on Jackal if he so chooses, but instead he's going to be shot through the wall. Yeah, JC is going to take out Flossie there. That's the first kill of the round. JC is nuts. He has just been so good for this low-key lineup so far. Moving that Legion off the board.
Still Luna, ready to peek onto this. She's been spotted out by the drone from Muesli, and now shots raining down from outside. She might have seen one in study.
Yeah, she
A play was
but
right there.
too much aggression being put on her right now. She's under way too much pressure. She's going to be shot in the side by Muesli though, as Copper also takes out Casper. Fisho finds JC though in reply, and we are slowly running out of members as Fisho guy gets himself a double now. Only 2 members of Loki left. Bundy manages to find one. Copper trades him back. It's all up to Bundy now. He's got the thermite. He's got the 5.56. He has diffuser. He has all the tools available to him. 1v2.
38 seconds. Plenty of time for him to work with, but he has to take these 2 1 versus 1s. Not landing those shots is essential. Copper needs to make sure he doesn't lose these long fights. It's so essential for the defense. They don't get picked off one by one. They have to work together. Now Bundy baiting out this plant. Will he find anything of it?
Needs to go for it. I think he needs to hold it. He can force it. Force it behind the reinforced wall. Now they know where he is. He's running out of time. 9 seconds. He has to go for the frags at this point. Copper's going to trade him out. And Avant pick up round number 1.
Certainly back and forth, and for a few moments I actually thought that low-key, with their Jackal and with their ACOGs, were the ones to take that, but no, in fact, Avant, confident on their peaks through and through. And some strong decision making as well. Got to commend Copper. He knew when to stop peeking. When to stop peeking through that long hallway and go and retreat in that 2 versus 1.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen Bundy stick that plant. Right? Like, he could have gone to the reinforced wall, stuck the plant, and then he would have been able to just sit back and let the defenders come to him. Of a bit more of a cruisy round after that plant, but instead he decides to go for the frags.
Now on the second defense, heading downstairs, which isn't something... Oh.
And normally it's statue area.
Yeah, I mean, typically you go the 2 upstairs and then you come down here. Now, this is, I'd say, still a good bomb site, and I personally do... I actually prefer defending this bomb site to the statuary bomb site. I just find it to be a lot more dynamic. You have a lot more options from the defensive side, especially as a roamer.
Considering we've lost Buck, bomb site could become a lot stronger.
That's a strong point, and look, no sledge being played as well, so maybe that's a great read from Avant. Maybe a great point of decision by landing that Buck and favouring this downstairs bomb site. Low-key, perhaps not reading into it quite well enough. They do have some soft breach, but perhaps not enough to do what they need to do. Perhaps they're not as prepared for attacking this bomb site. I like Avant's chances so far. They seem to be well prepared. And they've switched off of those ACOG operators, so it's not simply a comfort pick. They're very prepared to bring whatever tools they need for the specific job and bomb site that's at hand.
That's it. Like, Avant have been very, very dynamic with their operator. Right? They've been chopping and changing who's on what, and they haven't been forced into roles. Like, everyone's played every operator. And it's just something really great to see from them. Those teams that can swap and change the roles and swap and change the operators generally find the most success on them because they're comfortable across the site, and they also know what is from every other player.
Good intel as well upstairs. Luna placing out those cameras as we saw earlier. Upstairs will be the first point of contention, it looks like, for LK. Low-key. LK, low-key. You know, when you just can't decide which one to go for and you end up screwing it up. It's like Guzhins.
Hey man, but Guzhin's caught on.
He did, I don't think LK will.
You never know. Let's get it going, guys. LK in chat.
I don't think they'll be so keen on that one. Nonetheless, that's top floor control. But as you mentioned, Buck being gone, all of that destructive power will fall onto both Muesli and Mangoes. 2 M's on the LK roster. This hatch also opened up now by Bundy, forcing the downstairs defenders to play a little bit further back. Now with half the round remaining, just under, where will Loki decide to push?
They haven't really put together a well-formed attack yet, have they? Like, there's not a clear objective in sight. There's not a plant location.
Yeah, I think that the idea is that, you know, take top floor, right? And then you open up holes and you kill people on sight. And then you go and you take site. But the thing is, Avant are playing quite smartly there. Just playing evasively, trying not to get picked. Vicious fails at that, but still, I can't blame them too much. It's pretty late in the round, and then the 2 roamers, Visho and Copper, start dealing some damage. Yeah, these 2 roamers could flank upstairs if they wish, or they could retake site. There's only so much that Loki can accomplish.
Yeah, Luna's getting aggressive on the holds. There is there. Some of it just yet. Hear people drop and come down from the sides. There's Fisher guy in support in front of her.
Ooh, Fisho attempting fire with the SMG, but I believe his position now revealed because of that. Luna are also playing safe. A direct trade. How many of those have we seen today? Fisho and JC. Luna completely aware of where the players are coming from. Flossie finds one. Just Luna and Flossie left. Sorry, Copper as well. He jumps into the fray, trading back his teammate. Avant holding strong 2 successful defense wins.
Yeah, very, very good defense from Avant. I'm really enjoying the patience coming out of Avant here. They're playing patiently. Is rewarding them. They're not getting antsy. They're not unnecessarily picking fights. They're waiting for the attackers to put themselves in a compromising position before they, take those crossfire.
I think it's great. It shows some good reads from Avant, whereas Loki, it's very standard. It's okay, we take the top floor. and they did a great job taking the top floor. Like, it did take them quite a while, a whole minute to take the top floor when there are no people defending up there, maybe a bit slow, but I can't fault them for that. They got the job done. And then it's open up holes on the floor. Well, they're already at a disadvantage because they have no sledge and the buck is banned. So, next step, try and get picks to the floor. Now, they eventually did find that, but when they did find that pick through the floor, it was just so late in the round, and the roam, it was already at the point where Loki needed to be starting to push site as well as having picks. And at that point, Avant's roamers were ready to flank and be in unpredictable positions because the roamers weren't fully contained. Now, if you had an operator such as a Dokkaebi, maybe that style of play from Avant would have been more difficult. I would say the most effective operator against Avant's style of play would be a Lion, but, you know, Lion removed from play for obvious reasons. He's just the best operator in a lot of cases. But nonetheless, gotta commend Avant so far on the way that they have been defending. Always bringing the right tools for the job at hand. And now they defend upstairs in the trophy and statue.
They certainly are. They're what would be stock standard secondary.
Worry about Fisher, guy. I think that contesting these default points is actually something that Avant should shy away from and instead play into that predictable play that the low-key tend to be going for and only contest what's needed. Oh, Fisher finally opens up his rotate. I love this. Fisher is an excellent mute player. He knows he can roam safely and not be wasting the utility of, say, as a smoke. But on top of that, Fisher guy has the SMG-11 to deal damage, which we've seen is very good at, and the shotgun to make himself rotates. Love seeing it.
Yeah, it's good. Mute getting that SMG-11 really opened up as a very versatile operator. Gave him a lot more use. Able to take that shotgun instead of the MP5K. And had him to just become a lot more versatile.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Always a good.
Good use of the IQ scanner and communication to take down that Valkyrie camera. Mangoes and Casper working in conjunction. And the south side push starting to mount up in conjunction with this master bedroom take. Now the question is, how will Bundy open up this wall if there's Avant players prepared to impact trigger from the other side? I don't believe that LK have a solution. Flossie ready. Oh, but he misses the thermite charge. Will he get the second one? No. He defaults back into astronomy. Now, retaking the bathroom, however, Luna goes down to Bundy, but Flossie's allowed to get very aggressive upstairs. Mangoes as well, very keen to push into the B-bomb site. Oh, but Fisher guy on the long angle. What a shot from the mute player. We've commended him before, and he's stepping it up now. But here the trades continue to issue back and forth. 3 versus 3 with 45 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's starting to get down to the crux of it. All tied up 3-3, she said. She's picked himself up a smoke kill before. Pretty powerful for himself. And I think they're just sort of covering off the defender at this point. They know it's down. Just need to protect it. Vicious almost on a pre-fire. Puts out a couple of shots. This is everything coming of it. Flossie, though, is going to get the flank kill onto Casper. Going to leave it now 2-3. Usually he's going, Mangoes is going to drop Vicious. Copper's going to trade it back. JC picks up Flossie now. A 1 versus 1. JC versus Copper. Who is going to take this out? They're on opposite sides. JC is in control of the fuse. He's going to plant. Copper's getting aggressive here. Copper and back. Can he do it? Pre-fire down. He manages to get him just as the fuser gets planted. Copper and back is going to get the defuse. And Avant are going to pick up round number 3.
1 bullet left in the 416 as well. That pre-fire almost the end of him. What sensitivity is that, Copper? My goodness. That's not appropriate.
So,
great job from Copper on that 1v1.
Fun fact. Imorin used to play on 2000.
Yeah, he also plays with a Microsoft keyboard. Like, nothing against Microsoft, but like, you know, like a non-gaming keyboard, like a membrane keyboard. You know, like the kind of one that just comes with that, you know, $50 PC you buy at Officeworks. And, you know, we made jokes about, like, stealing it and throwing it out, but I think you just go and buy another one, honestly.
If you're that good with this I mean, why not?
Oh, yeah, gotta say.
But
impressive stuff just like Avant so far, and it looks like rebringing that 4 ACOG stat, quadruple ACOG strategy
Attackers need to locate
Yes.
from
as many
Avant
bombs as
on
they can.
Aviator Games Room.
It really seems something they like.
Yeah, I mean it worked for them
6 kills
so
for
well
Copper.
so far. Yeah, certainly been a strong performance overall from Avant. We've been commending them a lot. Got to say a few things about LK. LK, my goodness, low key.
It's a thing
as
now,
well,
boys. Don't worry about it. Elky's a thing. Let it happen, Dev.
You got to give credit to Loki where it's due. I've got to say they seem to have some nice, simple strategies outlined. They take control of this area, push in. They're individually well organized. They have good team play. They make good call outs to each other and use their utility as a team. But the thing is that they're just being read. And when in Rainbow Six, when another team knows exactly what you're going to do, knows exactly how you're going to play, then they'll always be one step ahead of you. That's what we're seeing from Avant against LP, low key.
I'll let it slide one day, yeah.
Oh god.
But no, so low-key, they really have their work cut out for them now. 0-3 down. Avant really want to show. Avant really want to show everyone that they're not meant to be as far down on the ladder as they are right now. Rook's going to get scanned out. Fisher Guy's going to be feeling very uncomfortable.
I don't know whether this is just a really good, whether Avant have voted this, but every single time that low-key are attacking, they're going for vertical play. Look, you can see right now, the Jackal. You can see Mango's looking to drone himself in downstairs.
Yeah.
Every single attack, aside from that statuary attack, every time.
The Buck,
It's been vertical,
the
and that
Buck
Buck
ban
banned out.
has been.
Yeah.
The Buck ban has been massive. I don't
And
think we
even
can
more than that,
understate this.
more than just the operator Buck being banned, but just the idea that Avant know that this vertical play is so important to low-key, and that Avant are prepared to expect that and take that down. Now, some good adaptations, I think, from low-key so far. This impact trick unsuccessful again for the defense, and that's a gaping hole opened up in the bomb site
Yeah.
for low-key to exploit.
Not really what you want, but Mango is now starting to come out with some shells from below. But Flossie is going to nail the head of JCZ right there. Very dead Thatcher, but Bundy's going to trade Flossie straight back. Up from back, going to have to juice himself up.
Luna, the lone player on site. She has the ACO to help out. It looks like low-key forming up together, looking to push the hallway. Luna likely aware of this, contesting this very shallow angle. She hears... Oh no, is she going to find it? She peeks out and takes down Bundy. Copper as well, finding Casper. Mango's down on the floor. Where are low-key? Are they even in the server? Mango's picking himself up, but he needs to put the team on his shoulders as well, because he's the last man standing, and Luna shuts him down. What a performance
That's
from the only woman in the ANZ Pro League.
Yeah. Nice shot. Luna has been a very solid rock for Avant game.
Yeah, just completely fulfilling her responsibility on site as that lone anchor, and it really can be scary being that lone anchor on the bomb site. When your teammate dies, Flossie was taken out and she just held her own.
When I was a coach and I was coaching Shade, I used to put that man on mirror. Right, he was my anchor. Right, he played on site and he just side anchor. And Shade is a very, very good shot. And you have a good fragger on an anchor, that is scary.
Attackers need to
Yeah,
locate
people
and
really
disable any
don't
bombs
realize how much a strong anchor player needs to have good aim, and how much
bomb located
you put
by
someone who's good at creative angles, good at just nailing their aim on an anchor position, and they will just do the job and then surprise you on top of that. Luna's been doing that. As you mentioned, Shade. I'd also like to shout out Strider from GRU. He's particularly strong, just anchor, finding frags. Joey as well for Orgless. Like these guys, even no, I can't say this without expressing Warden, who we saw earlier tonight from Mind Freak on the SMG11 on Smoke.
Yep.
Just put your fragger on an anchor position, Just make him,
5 seconds to go.
hold steady. Just one that's confident.
Anchors are the players that are going to end up in the most clutch
Recover the
situations.
diffuser.
Right?
Attackers are
They're going to
heading
end
out
up in the
to defuse
1v2,
bomb.
1v3s, the 1v1. Right? They're the ones who are going to end up in those clutch situations. Put your best fragger on the anchor, because then they're going to win those. They're going to win those clutch situations more often. It just makes sense. Like, just such a strong outlook. Like, so Luna, she has been a very, very strong player for Avant, and sitting here on the site as the only person on site, she can definitely hold it and it happen.
Now she's on a roaming roll. There's her cameras. Saw her place that earlier. And she'll know where things are coming from, but she's been droned out as well, so Fisher guy here to support. Looks like Luna does have the hatch to drop down if she so wishes. And that's also a Jackal scan, likely onto the Valkyrie herself. And here we have, once again, Loki very good at just taking map control. Flushing out players, and Avant happily obliges. They default back as needed, and Loki take the ground. And yet, Loki still haven't taken a round.
AC. Crosshair on someone, but unfortunately falls and not come of it. He's just going to hold the angle, but as you said, Avant just sitting pretty, being patient.
Oh, Luna!
There's the first frag of the round.
Her Valkyrie camera was taken down, but she's still going to do damage, and that's the Zofia player. And a fairly strong fragger in Mangoes. Off the table. Once again, Bundy, this support player. He's done some good work with these thermite charges. He always seems to find an opening where his thermite charges will be available, and now that Flossie is also flushed off of that position, he might not be able to deny this wall from being thermited. I said Bundy is just alone, doesn't have any support if he wishes to put himself in an exposed position to detonate a thermite charge.
Yeah, and while we'll pay attention to all that, Luna got dropped as well. Casper picked credit on her. Casper, though, he's going to potato a couple more shots as he gets taken out by Copper. Copper, though, did take half his health in Penance. Aimon, sorry, should I? Bundy very slowly pushing his way in. We've come into the final 30 seconds. Bundy, what a shot! Flossie is going to have to sit down. But here comes the gas babes. Loki are going to have to force their way through that smoke. If they want to plant, they're going to have to rush it. Muesli's going to rush it straight past the bomb, pushing his way through. Bundy with the diffuser from the side. Fisho with one, Vicious with a second. And Bundy now has found himself in a 1v2. He has to go for frags. 5 seconds left. He's going to run out of time. Vicious with the shotgun to the face. Avant come out with round number 5.
Loki really have to breathe deep because Avant are storming through this. That's 5 straight rounds. They're not letting up anytime soon. Just around the world. One bomb site, on to the next, on to the next. Revisiting these same bomb sites over and over, and Loki have no response.
Yeah, look, I really think that for a team looking to come up against Avant the next, in a month when we our Pro League, have to take Villa off the board. It is very clear that Avant have put a lot of effort into the map. Because right now we are seeing a destruction of the third standing team.
My goodness, and what a performance from Copper and Luna in conjunction. Fisher Guy as well. I think it's good to see Fisher Guy back
I want to point
in
out,
this game.
players of Avant, Copper and Luna have the same amount of kills as the entire Loki.
Gosh. Sometimes, well, I gotta say, again, I don't know if I'm a broken record or something, but low-key, they take good ground, and then part of their strategy tends to rely on whether it's taking below or taking above. The next step, after you've taken control of an area with a vertical relation to the bomb site, the next step is get picks. Like, if you wrote down this strat, the strat would be take X, take Y, look through these holes, and get picks. And the problem is Avant just like they're happy. They'll oblige when it comes to taking this ground. And then when it comes to that little bit of get picks, Avant are like, look,
Rather not.
nah. Yeah, well, let's not do that. Let's leave the bomb site. You can't kill us through your holes looking into the bomb site if we're not on the bomb site. So let's play this smart. Oh, low-key also doing the same thing over and over again. I'm surely Ivana reading into this every single round. Oh, the IQ's jumped up on that window, but this is the round that's not going to work. Fisher guy, the roaming mute, terrorizing low-key.
What?
Not even a minute into the round, and one player who was meant to be the flank watch himself gets flanked.
What amazing timing on that run out, though, right? As soon as he heard the rappel down animation, Fisher was out the window. Right? Like, as soon as he heard that audio cue, he jumped out. No hesitation. And that was such a great move by Fisher guy. Didn't get hit by the Claymore either, so gets back in with his life. And he's going to be very happy with himself right there. And now with an IQ off the board, man advantage to Avant.
So far, Avant seem to be showing to us why they do have the fan favorites. As for the community vote, they were starkly in favour, 63% 37. I shouldn't say starkly. They were favoured. Bundy once again likely to get a successful thermite charge. Luna doesn't deny it, and loses her life for that with Mangoes on a strong peak.
Yeah,
now that it's a 4 versus 4, Loki 4 versus 3 now. Loki, this could be their opening finally.
Yeah, we're
They
going
can
to
make
see
the impact frags.
we're going to see the shutout dream of Avant get torn up in pieces here. Low key, 4 versus 3. It's not out of Avant's control just yet. But Flossie is getting a little bit of gunfight. He has lost it. They need to start winning their gunfights as Bundy's just going to tear him a new one. Puts a round of lead into him. The plant's going to go down. Copper on the flank, though, could come in huge, but he's the last man left alive as JC puts Vicious down. Copper takes out Mangoes, though, but he still has 3 to find. Just going to have to slow down here a little bit.
What's Muesli doing? Surely he knew where he was, but Bundy on the long angle with the 5-5. Cleans him up, takes off his head. Good round finally coming out for low key. Took them 5, but at least they'll end this half with one singular round on the board.
Yeah, not a very good half there for Loki. 5-1, so Avant in the second half, they are on attack and they're only chasing 2. 1 to draw. And 2 to take the map. Avant, Loki don't have a lot of room to...
Yeah, and they don't have the pulse either. So, of course, we don't have as much information for how Loki do prefer to defend. But now, 6 pick onto the Valkyrie instead of the Maestro. So, Valkyrie Pulse, very similar. A lot of overlap there. Just, intel gathering operators with mobility and a C4, right? The idea is typically you're going to be running out or flanking or doing a C4 through the floor if you're playing those 2 operators. So a lot of overlap there. Pulse band, so Bundy flexes over onto the Valkyrie instead.
Yes.
Now, how successful will it be? I mean, we're not seeing an IQ come out from the attacking roster. We've seen so much IQ today, and only some of the time has the IQ been enough to dismiss the Valkyrie altogether.
Well, I mean, IQ would have the double benefit of the Goose lines as well. So,
and triple benefit of the Vigil as well. So
yeah, so IQ is very powerful right now. I mean, we've seen IQ taken in rounds where there is literally just Valkyrie.
Attackers
so, I think bringing the IQ with a voice, but of course, this is Avant's first attack round. Maybe they just don't like the IQ.
Maybe, and they do have a lot of other good counters as well. So, for example, to counter that Vigil, the Jackal will do the trick. To counter those Goo Mines, and sometimes those ADSs, the Twitch, while risky, can do the job.
Exactly. And then just good old-fashioned eyesight can counter the Valkyrie.
If you're onto it, Copper bringing the PDW-9. Love that
I do prefer taking that. Taking that SMG myself.
Slap a suppressor on that thing, and it might not do much damage, but it sounds beautiful. And, well, you just made it sound so good, Flea.
Not about how much damage you do, it's about how good you sound.
Doesn't matter how much damage you do if you only tap heads.
Yeah, that's where I'm going wrong.
Yeah, no. That's the piece of advice I give right before I fully potato someone and they're on 1 HP and I die. Now we should probably get back to this game. Of course, Statue and Trophy was taken for the first bomb site defense, counter to what is predictably seen, as we have mentioned before, Aviator Games Room. So Avant perhaps thrown off a little bit by this. How much, we'll have to see. Hibana Pellet seems to be going off without any trouble.
I don't think they're going to be caught off guard too much by it. Like, it's just going to be one of those momentary things. Going to take out Copper, though. That's the first frag. JC is taking some damage on the retreat. And Bossy and Casper getting into a bit of an argument here. Casper's going to get concussed, he's going to get flashed, and he's going to make his way downstairs. Bundy, though, could be in a very strong position as Luna's made her way in. Bundy hasn't made himself known just yet. Bundy's on the floor. He's got crushed by Luna there. Bundy was in a spot where he could easily pick up 2 people, but just doesn't take advantage of it. Casper, though, could... They know one's down. Luna...
Oh, I saw. Luna saw Casper downstairs, but managed to successfully get the revive. Casper still playing safe. Gotta say, Loki are looking much more comfortable on their defense than their attack, but still, Avant are in it. JC taking Fisho out, but control over Astronomy firmly in the hands of Avant, with Luna pushing up. Still a player very aggressive, looking to push inside of Marston. As well, Casper forced off. Mangoes takes down Flossie. JC as well, jumping into the fray, just vicious. Surely this isn't going to happen for the captain of Avant.
No, I can't see Vicious winning this, as Casper's going to put a bullet right through his skull, and Loki successfully defend their first defense.
Yeah, it's 2 in a row for them as well. I guess 2 rounds total in a row for them. They, it took going to Statue to win an attack, and now they've done the same on the defense. Low-key have been showing some semblance of success, which is great. They looked much more comfortable on that defense compared to on their attacks, where they really looked like they were being read and the defense was being played. You have so much more flexibility in the defense compared to the attack. You know, you have so many questions on the attack. Is there a player in this room? It's, you know, it doesn't matter if a room is on the opposite side of the map to the bomb site. A player could be in there, and you have to drone it out. You have to take the initiative. You have to be careful when you're on your attack. Whereas on defense, sometimes you have a bit more freedom. You can take the risk.
That's something about the newer maps compared to the older ones. The older ones used to be quite linear. And you could set up drones during prep phase and literally negate whole sections of the map that you can drone. As long as your drone is holding that spot and no one run past, you know the rest of the area behind the drone has to be able to very quickly clear out whole sections of a map with very little investment put into it. But in the newer maps, you can't do that. Like, Villa is so filled with nooks, crannies, and places to hide, and so many ways to get there that you don't have that luxury afforded to you.
5 seconds to go.
It's made the maps a lot better, in my opinion.
Now that we're on our attack for Avant as well, I'm a bit disappointed with the fact that they are not changing their attacking lineup the way that we saw them changing their defending lineup. Of course, you have an advantage on defense. You know what bomb site you're going to, whereas on the attack, you don't. So a lot of teams opt to bring versatile lineups. Still, a bit worrying for
That being said, this
for
could be the
Avant.
lineup that they thought they were going to come with, right?
That's true. The lineup that they thought they were going to be attacking Aviator, and now that it's more likely to be Aviator, it would make sense that they would bring this lineup for it. Still, not a ton of forceful utility. Still, the Jackal should be helpful on this roam clear to counter that Vigil. We'll see how successful it is.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the question. How successful is that going to be? Avant taking their time here. Not looking to rush anything. Droning out, seeing what they find. But they are losing their drones. Like, I don't feel like they're gaining a lot of meaningful ground right now. Forward, but scan coming out from Copper. Not going to find anything.
A lot of time gone, and really very, very little progress made by Avant. Very worrying. At least when low-key were on their attacks, they would... Oh, wow, okay, so strong crossfire set up. Now Luna pushing in, does find a refrag eventually. Fisher guy as well helping out, but There's finally some progress. It took hunting down the roamers to do it and losing one player, but there's a numbers advantage. Still not a lot of time.
Yeah, that was a big time investment. 1 minute 45 of a 3-minute round. That's a big time investment that you have to put through to just those 2 men off site. Now they still need to get on and clear the site. Guy looking to move in. It is vicious with the diffuser. Going to open up some angles into the side here. Not find anything. Fisher putting a couple of shots through. Not hitting anything right now. Luna pre-firing as well. A lot of rounds coming out of the ends of the Avant weapons, but not hitting anything.
Really, this is worrying for Avant. 3 players left on the defense. They're in the minority, but they have such a strong position now. Luna holding off this rotation. She'll repel in, but will she get peeked? Oh, perfect timing for Mangoes on that peek. Luna looking in the complete wrong direction. Copper on the back of that gas canister, unable to peek through, but he does find one. Fisho as well. It's all up to Muesli. This round has been turned on its head.
Yeah, he certainly has. Muesli in a 1v3 situation. He's low on health, well, on about 26, 27 HP. Some pre-fires coming out. Copper's finally going to land the shot. Avant now put themselves onto match point.
It really felt like low-key were on the comeback, but it only took 1 buffer round on the attack for Avant to start feeling themselves much more comfortably on their pushes, and, well, it did take them a while on that one. I was worried for them, but they salvage it. Still low-key not out of this yet. However, they can no longer find a win on this side.
So draw now is the best that low-key can hope for. What they're going to be working for, they have to come up with 4 rounds in order to draw it in a row. Can't drop any of them. Avant, a single mistake, and Avant takes this.
Looks like those mistakes can occur on a moment's notice. Low-key certainly have to make sure they have all their ducks in a row as they head to another defensive round.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
5th place at the moment for Low-key, 7th for Avant. But that said, the points is all very tight knit at this section in the ladder. It's Low-key at 5, GRU and Avant trailing behind at 4, only 1 point behind. So, well, at best, Low-key can draw this up 6-6, putting them onto 6 points on the ladder and Avant onto 5 and just staying ahead. But if Avant take this, then they'll leapfrog both Gentlemen on Underwear and Low-key, put themselves that much closer to Darksided.
Yeah, that will... I think that this sorts of matchups are going to make the difference come at the end of the season, because I think Low-key and Avant are going to be fairly close in, or at least fairly closely placed. So if we end up in a draw situation, through matchups here, this matchup is going to be important, and Avant is going to be the strongest of them here. Avant could look to powerhouse their way through the second half of this.
Half a minute of the round gone. Ant's still just working on entering in. Aviator Games Room bomb site again. Now, remember last round of Ant did take a very, very long time to push into the building, and when they eventually did, they were caught in crossfires between the roamers. Eventually they won the battle over that map control with just 1 number extra on their position. So it's still taking quite a long time. I think Copper has been the man to find the frags on the entry. He needs to be the one entering in, scanning these footprints and finding these angles with the PDW.
Avant, a really slow push here coming in from the master bedroom and statue area and just way across. But I really think that Avant have taken it a lot slower than I think they need. Like, they could absolutely have taken this round a lot quicker. Mango's just with a very casual 1 minute 30 reinforcement.
I love that. I've seen that a few times before. Mango's once utility was being used by Avant to flush him off that position at 90. He decided, all right, look, better off. They have that position. They've wasted utility. See, now Flossie's completely out of explosives in his Viper Strike. Unable to take down that Maestro. It'll have to fall on Luna instead. Fortunately for Avant, they come prepared with a lot of soft breach. That's not too much trouble to take that down.
But 5v5. Did damage to Casper, but damage to Luna. And oh, Casper! What a flick on the Fisher guy. Picks him up, and he's just going to piece out. Flossie flashes him up a little bit there. Gets a bit of a fight, and loses about a third. Hopper now going on the roam hunt. And out them feats. And Casper now fully exposed. 5 seconds left.
Play a lot more massively now, but the attack is starting to push into the bomb side. Flossie finds one before being traded. Just 15, 18 seconds. Time is falling apart.
Seconds to go.
As does the Avant attack. Low-key secure themselves a third round.
Yeah, Loki with a very solid defense there, and the clock just seems to be the big enemy of Avant, doesn't it? Like, Avant
Indeed.
just... It seems like they're losing so much time in the early section of the map.
And really, they need to take out a leaf out of Low-key's book if they want to start improving their time management. Low-key, very comfortable and confident in taking that top floor. Of course, when Low-key were attacking, Avant were less prone to be putting pressure upstairs, but even when there is almost no presence in the upstairs area, Avant still takes a minute and a half to take it. Hunting these roamers, I think, should be a priority, and I wouldn't mind seeing perhaps Flossie flex on over to a Dokkaebi, just put even more pressure onto those roamers. That said, the Ashes utility has been very useful. Maybe Fisho should switch over to the Dokkaebi, an operator I know he does like a lot.
Yeah, I don't think the Twitch as...
I mean, what's it going to counter? Like, right, it can't counter the mute jammers because mute's a Twitch counter, really, most of the time. You're essentially looking to take out ADSs and Legion Mines, and for Legion Mines, you really just got to kind of drone it out.
Like, IQ better pick. Like, I just think that...
Yeah.
I think that besides bringing the FAMAS...
I think that's what he's looking for, just the FAMAS, the killing power of the weapon.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, I really feel like there's better options for that Twitch, unless it is just a comfort pick. Bragging.
But, I mean, we've seen Fisher play Dokkaebi before. He's pretty good at it, and there you go. There's a Twitch drone gone. Mangoes swiftly deals with that. But worrisome for Avant. That said, they're on a match point, and they've guaranteed themselves the 1 point in the ladder. Surely they'll be wanting to get the 3 though.
Yeah,
By locking
Avant
another round.
start picking up some. They're a lot lower in the ladder when want to be, but they can certainly push. They're going to want every single.
Flossie very comfortable, takes control of the walk-in, opening up some angles as well for him to use. Often, astronomy becomes one of the heaviest points of contention when attacking this bomb site, but in the past, Avant didn't have too much trouble taking control of it.
It really seems that Loki's defensive, but Avant can't do something about it. I don't know what it is that Avant are struggling with so much on this attack. But things coming out. Slowly seen back around. The drones come out. The pre-fire comes around. Going to eventually take him
a lot
out.
of bullets.
That was a lot of bullets. JC with the flank comes up huge.
Takes out the player on the drone and another as well. Flossie almost taking out that the player behind the... JC! Alright then, mate. See you later, Flossie. JC warming up his trigger finger. 3 kills so far. Looking for some more. Luna entering into the basement. Struggle so far for Avant. Executing onto this bomb site. That said, even if they lose this, maybe a bit closer, but they'll be attacking a different bomb site. Forcing Loki onto the less comfortable pick.
Yeah, it'll be the tertiary side if they...
I think that Loki is feeling comfortable about this round. JC in particular.
JC
is very cautious of this angle.
JC has nutty. There is someone pushing. He knows someone's there. He's seeing him. No,
Oh,
Luna comes up massive. She manages to take out JC. Finally puts an end to that rampage. Now Luna and Vicious are slowly pushing their way in. There is someone in the back here. But the C4 from Mangoes. Bundy's going to pick up the kill credit. And Loki are putting us closer and closer to this draw. We are halfway there.
certainly looking like a possibility for Loki. They only picked up 1 round in their first half, and it was right at the end. Whereas it only took Avant 1 round buffer to get back into the game on their attacks, but since then, haven't managed to close it out. Now they're attacking Kitchen and locking in the same lineup. Come on, Fisho. I want to see that Dokkaebi.
Yeah, I don't think this Twitch is bought enough to warrant bringing the lineup, right? Like, I don't think the Twitch is bought enough to this composition. I don't think they've used her utility effectively.
No, not at all. And in fact, last round it was Fisho sitting on, I believe, a drone that actually got him killed.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Now this downstairs defense. Very similar lineup brought consistently by Loki. And look at that, JC in the past few rounds, striding ahead of the rest of his team by 5 kills over Bundy. 14 at the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah. Done a lot of work, hasn't he? Done a lot of work. Really carried things. But it's kitchen trophy room. Sorry, the kitchen dining room. As Fisho is just going to...
Flossie!
Like,
Fisho.
What? He must have thought his drone got spotted. It didn't. He must have thought it.
I mean, I actually feel like that's the strat here for Avant. Like, the idea behind the Twitch pick is 1, you got a good gun, and 2, you're just trying to lit up defenders so that you can kill them in 2 hits instead of 3. Because, I mean, you look at any of the guns that do, 40-odd damage, that's about 80 damage once you rack up 2 shots, which means all you gotta do is land 2 hits with the Twitch and it makes a 2-hit down instead of a 3-hit. Still, I don't think it's by any means worth it as a strategy. Just a theory as to what Avant are thinking.
Yeah, definitely. But they will be so upset with themselves if they let this get the way it does. If they let this game get away from them, hey. Like, if this goes to a draw, Avant are going to be absolutely gutted in themselves. But Fisho, he's going to do his part.
Oh my
god!
God.
One of the Loki members. Fisho's going to get a second one. No, it's Luna who picks up the kill credit for that. Here comes the flanks. Fisho finally gets himself a second. Wow! Just like that!
On their defensive half, Avant, it was their reads, time and time again, reading into the attacking and how they would push that got them the win. And look, it was this time a great read for a bomb site rush. I feel like I blinked and I missed it. And Avant take the W 7-4.
Yeah, that was a big round for Avant. They just pushed site and finally took it out. Hey, that was a solid round for them, where they just sort of picked up kills left, right, and center. Like,
a valiant effort from JC on the low-key side. He really gave his all in those final rounds to do his part. But like I said, great read from Avant in those final moments. Just figuring out, all right, guys, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna push in to the bomb site. The bomb site. Oh yeah, because they're all roaming. Take out these few impact frags needed to clear out the bomb site, and everything from there's easy peasy.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was all they had to do was just get in there, wasn't it? Like, they spent so long trying to clear out roamers across that whole map, trying to really sort out everything, and like all it took was them to just push into the bomb site. They went through all these long strategies of bring out every corner, every nook and cranny, trying to clear out these roamers. They wasted so much time. Like,
yeah, I've got to say, I mean, Avant really struggled on their time management through and through, and I think that's their biggest weakness. But at the same time, they were miles ahead of low-key when it came to the reading into how their enemies were playing, and that's what's making the difference, especially in a best-of-1 series where you don't have as much time during your series to start reading into how the enemy is playing and make adaptations. Obviously, it's first to 7, but it's first best of 12 rounds, which means that it's longer than the past. We've had best of 10 and best of 8 even before that. But the thing that is different now is that obviously having these best of ones, just say you're playing a best of 3, right? And you start losing some rounds to the enemies. You can start thinking, okay, why do we lose that round? All right, they're playing like this. Okay, so if they're playing like this, we can counter it by playing like this. And Avant, instead of doing that in the mid round, I mean, they did, I guess, for that last attack, but during their defensive side, Avant came to this match and they said, all right, we know how low-key playing. They've clearly done a good amount of vodding. Maybe they scrim each other, whatever it is. They've done their preparation and they knew how to play around the low-key play style so that they would make the most of it and exploit their weaknesses. I think that's why Avant did come out ahead in the end. Even though it did get tight near the end, it was the early wins that Avant had banked up.
It got a little messy towards the end, right? Like
a little,
just a little.
Pretty messy.
But like it was just got a little messy for them. But in the end, they still did come out that win, and that's really all that matters for Avant at this point, right? Like they definitely managed to get that win, and they got the much needed. Now they just need to chase this next 3.
Yeah, and that's the thing really. Now, if we looked at the standings right now with Avant having those 3 points, they'll be well ahead of Low-Key. 2 points, sitting 2 points ahead. And it's a question: do Avant want to keep building that gap? I mean, surely they do. Surely they want to start getting themselves a step ahead and another step ahead. Because also in this close contest area with these, we've got 3 teams. Low-Key, we're at the top. Now Avant have overtaken them. And then Avant and GIU. And all of these teams are a hair's breadth away from stealing away that 5th place from each other. 5th, 6th, 7th at the moment. And just above them, there's also Darksider that's got to contend with. I mean, at the moment, we kind of have 3 groups in the Pro League. We have, the top 4 teams, Fnatic, Oddity, Auglis, and Darksider. They're all vying for those top 2 land spots. And then we've got the mid-ground, Avant, Low-Key, and GIU. And what they're really fighting for is to stay out of the relegation spots at 7-8. And then the 3rd group is just Mind Freak. Poor Mind Freak. poor Mind Freak. But in this middle ground...
No, you have... I'm sure you put them on there. No, you didn't.
No.
Sorry, yeah.
I didn't. That's 4 plus 3 plus 1.
Sorry, I thought it was 3 plus...
It's alright.
Yep.
Quick, 2 plus 2 equals 4. Yep. Quick maths. Let's get straight into the next map, Fleet.
That sounds like a good idea. Segue off my terrible mathematics skills. So, as we are going to move into Clubhouse now, very, very quick ban coming out of Low-Key here. Laz.
Alright. So, that was their ban previous map. Seems like they're pretty confident that that's what they want to get rid of.
Avant
consistently as well. Time.
What they're going to ban out here is going to be a Capital.
I love this. Something I gotta say I love about watching Avant is they always surprise you. Like, they always come prepared with something. Like, last map, it was a buck and a pulse ban. And here, come on, please surprise me. Don't just ban Mirror. Come on, please. Bandit! See, I love it!
Okay.
Avant come, and they surprise you. So here, Capital, for example. Like, we can
get behind this.
Theorize. Yeah, we could theorize this all day. So let's say the Capital, maybe they're trying to counter... So they're trying to prevent the Capital bolts from the blue hatch that counter the position behind that giant metal unit in blue where you would defend downstairs. So maybe they're trying to counter that. Maybe they just think that Low-Key play a lot of Capital. Maybe they just don't want to deal with the smokes. Maybe they want to play a lot of Jaeger and make sure that the normal smokes that are on any of the other operators are eliminated. Maybe as for their defense, maybe they don't want to deal with bandit tricks at all. They just want to play a lot of Thatcher. And just thank you, Avant, for allowing me to speculate. I love it.
Yeah, no, it is actually amazing, isn't it? Like, it is so great. It is so great.
I don't think I've ever seen a Capital ban.
Well,
like, I'm writing Capital on my piece of paper and I'm just like,
doesn't look right? Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Because like
usually
where's
that where's the Jackal ban? Where's the Blitz, the Monty ban on Clubhouse?
Yeah, Monty is one that we typically do see banned. But speaking of surprises, to kick us off here, Low-Key taking us to bedroom.
Low-Key have actually had... Okay, Low-Key have had some very, very good stats some very good win rate on Jim, right? I think this is actually, I do believe this is their highest win rate bomb site on Clubhouse. But a lot of those wins have come down to when they are in 2v5s and JCZ, and I do believe it was Muesli, 2v5'd, 2v4'd, and then 2v4'd again.
I remember that, and so my question for you, Flea, is do you remember when low-key were playing on this site so repetitively, were they picking Bandit? Because I'm fairly certain that Muesli is a pretty notorious Bandit player, and so... Yeah, so Avant perhaps read perfectly into everything that you've described. Now, so far, I don't believe they've opened up that west-facing jacuzzi wall, but no doubt it'll be part of their strategy very shortly. I do like the amount of preparation that Avant have.
Yeah, that's a big shout-out to Coach Raven.
No. Ewan. Oh, wait, no. What? Who's the coach for Avant? It's not Raven. Raven is coach for Oddity.
Oddity, yeah.
It's Shifty, isn't it? Shifty and Maxis. Yeah. Maxis, aka Noodle, if you don't remember. And yeah, so this is great. I'm really liking it. But that said, you know, preparation strategies only go so far. We have to see the results. Fisher guy watching this rotation from Bundy, I believe that's what he's doing. Still nothing specifically to counter the position of, I believe it's, is it Mangoes? Inside of Cash Room.
Nothing coming from it just yet. You have that deployable shield. That's a good adaptation, as we've seen a lot of people die to that angle from there. Well, so give themselves a deployable shield just to keep themselves alive. Give themselves that little bit more protection. I do like it, but Copper has been down. Mangoes is going to whiff the gas grenade just a little bit. He's going to throw the second one. Finally gets the kill. Fisher's taking a ton of damage as well.
Fisher guy's got to deal with a crossfire. He gets one injure.
Oh!
He can't secure the second kill. In fact, Bundy's likely to find a successful revive here.
Oh.
Nope, he decides to abandon it, and he gets taken down by Luna. What a misplay. But Luna's the only one left now, and she has 2 more to find. 40 seconds to play with. But it's not likely to work out.
Mango's going to get let out here in a minute.
Oh my god, is that going to be a revive? No.
Nah, it's not, but Luna's going to potato a bit, as Muesli's going to land the headshot. And Loki pick up round number 1 as they do manage to successfully defend the...
And it wasn't even, as you said, a 2 versus 4. It was a very strong round through and through from start to finish from Loki. And look, Avant may have had some preparation to deal with that bandit trick and easily opening up that exterior wall on the jacuzzi side, but they certainly didn't have an effective counter for the cash room hold. And pretty much on his own, Mango's held that successfully.
Job. Mango's to definitely hold that cash room. We are going to head down to the basement. See how this is going to go. They've had a less of a success rate than what having the basement, but Loki, they have really liked their clubhouse season so far. Have to see. I do think they've played the most clubhouse out of any team.
Alright, downstairs defense now. Impact grenades on Mangoes once again, likely to deny this kitchen hatch, which we've seen work very effectively in the past. Can't remember what team I was watching the other day. I believe it might have been Fnatic.
Seconds to go.
They had a great impact trick. Really successful every time.
5 seconds to
denying those Hibana pellets on that kitchen hatch. Now, new jammers as well from Muesli. Seems to be pretty comfortable on this mute. Great operator, great fragging operator. One of those operators like Mute, Bandit, Jaeger. Great fragging, but also a boatload of utility to boot.
Yep. One of those nice all-rounders. They do everything, they can bring everything. Finding any drone's going to be comfortable as himself and Luna. Again, Luna up with Flossie. And Luna now playing this Buck. I don't think we've seen a lot of Luna Buck.
I think so. Typically it's a Zephyr, but I mean Buck is a certainly a useful operator on this bomb site. Flushing out the kitchen is the key component. You have to be very cautious of that pulse playing inside of the kitchen. Wouldn't even mind seeing a just a nice little Thatcher grenade thrown onto that kitchen floor, disable that pulse scanner for a short while. It's being thrown elsewhere though. Oh, I believe that was a C4 detonated. Oh no, that was probably the impact grenade behind the hatch. Sounds like the hatch popped. And Fisher Guy's done his job.
Certainly has managed to get everything open. They're gonna jump out though, and it looks like they head down to Dirt Tunnel. Just gonna have a Wild Mangoes to test though to deal with. A shotgun shot at that range is going to outright kill her.
Trying to take out a smoke playing inside of dirt, especially if the smoke has got ADSs behind. Well, that's no easy target. Drone swiftly dealt with by Mangoes. Oh, Luna, there's no way you...
What? There's no way. Eat that word, Dev. There is no way. Yes, there is. Luna is just going to C-spam her way to victory right now. As JC is going to take out Fisho. Flossie's going to pick up Bundy in reply, though. And we are now left at a 4 versus 3.
Flossie now on his entry, doing a good job, but he's taken down. The plant denied! Muesli finally taken down by Luna, stepping it up. Just one defender remaining. This plant doesn't have to be forced. Luna, you can play safe. You have so much time. With the plant likely to go successful. Casper now sees it. Luna spraying him down. Casper spotted out on the drone.
I know exactly where he is. He's getting shot from above, though. The frag grenade is going to come out from Luna. He's running out of options here. Luna's going to pick it up. And just like that, Luna just C-spams Avant to victory.
My goodness, Luna. You know that's illegal? You know they actually don't allow that, you know, in this country.
It's illegal in 3 different countries, all of which don't play Pro League. Okay.
My goodness. I don't know.
Loki got beaten so badly, they're changing bomb sites.
So, there's something I love doing when I'm casting, analyzing, and right when I'm in the middle, right when I'm in the middle of doing some analysis, which I like to think is based off of facts and logic, and then there's a player from an ANZ team called Avant, and she's named Luna, and she just, you see that key on your keyboard? It's like kind of like a half circle. It's the C key. She just uses that to destroy my logic, and it's pretty disgusting, but it works.
Well, Luna says you got no faith in me. Well, that's okay because no, I have faith in me. I don't need your faith, Des. I got enough.
I was chatting to her on the podcast this week, and she seems, you know, very, very much enjoying her time on Avant, really enjoying stepping up into this next.
You get to play video games professionally, is it? Oh, why wouldn't you be doing it? Like, hell yeah!
I mean, I'm sure it's very stressful, no doubt, to play on a competitive team at you know, at a level where people are counting on you, and I think that Luna is surely going to be proud of how she's been performing so far.
And Ghost just can't seem to get it right. Finally, but Loki, after getting not so very Loki destroyed on the first map, gonna need to bring something back here. Right, like, so far a much better performance, much closer performance, they've lost, but I'm interested that they changed bomb sites so quickly after loot. Right, so that to me says they didn't have faith in their basement deep. They didn't want to push it forward. They didn't have faith in it. So now they're changing bomb sites back to cash room. They think they didn't have an answer for Avant's push.
I think that, you know, they just decided, look, it wasn't so successful. Time to change things up. Look, a lot of teams take church as their primary bomb site. So no surprise that Loki keen to just switch it up and come here now. Once again, Avant seem to be taking quite a lot of time. Looks like it might be a push-up. Oh my goodness. Copper, this could be the worst timing of your life! Spot it out, and JC, give him Jaeger, give him the 416, and give him the freedom to run around the map like a madman. He'll deliver. 2k, 3k, whatever he fancies.
Yeah,
Oh
Luna! What?
Mangoes and Muesli are just destroyed! What is that?
What?
Oh my god!
What? Holy god, I am speechless. Alright, JCZ picks up one for himself. It is a 3 versus... But Luna now picks up another one. Makes it a 3 versus 2. Luna is on her way to an ace right now. So close to having another one come out. She hears the jump out. Luna gets a 4K as Flossie cleans up JCZ there.
Help me, please. Help me.
Do you want to analyze that, Dev?
No, there is no analysis. My goodness, what a performance! We are treated to quite a show here, Flea. This is no ordinary match.
Alright.
No
So,
ordinary series.
Sky, our fabulous spectator right now, just stop spectating anyone else. At the moment, it's just the Luna show, alright? This round, we just need to have Luna Cam on, because I don't want to miss something like that happening again. Alright? Like,
Oh my god. Wow. So, look, early days for this game. Still 2-1. But the way it's been playing, we've had 2 very dominant rounds for Avant. Right on the back of some very strong entries and impact frags from Luna. Really, things that just shouldn't be possible. You know, winning against a smoke at point blank range in Dirt Tunnel. Finding 2 grenade kills through the floor. What? What? Look at that, 9 kills in 3 rounds. That's an average of 3 kills per round. She has a 3.0 KD right now.
She's had a good start to this map.
Yeah, she certainly has. Now, that said, the previous time Avant attacked this bomb site, it was anything but successful.
Go.
Low-key do have a very good setup, and they know very well how to play this bomb site. Previously, Mangoes, as a solo player, was allowed to wreak havoc inside a cash room.
That shield
And Avant has...
really what enabled Mangoes though. Right? Like, how you counter that person is you go and open up near that stairwell. So you can prone on that stairwell and get an angle. Really limit his movement around the cache site. But the shield there really stopped it. So unless they're going to try and nade the shield, I think they need to come up with another way to attack this bomb site.
Certainly a lot of work to be done for Avant to step it up on this bomb site. Looks like Vicious may well successfully open this exterior wall. Perhaps a mute jammer to deal with.
Yeah, definitely got a mute jammer to do. Mangoes with Bundy in support. Opus is going to drone him out. Going to get all the intel he needs there is Mango drone. Bundy's getting pressured from the side though. That's an angle and a half. And Mangoes is still alive after a minute of being solidly pressured here.
Difficult job for Avant. They still don't have an effective method of taking down this low-key player.
All he needs to do is just sit here and throw out his Bundy though is going to find Fisher go. So the support for Mangoes finds the kill. But Mangoes can just throw these gas grenades and just deny everything. Right? At this point, they can't push past him in a timely manner without winning the fight.
Yeah, and look, there's no utility that's been working. It's just a nice, clean, simple strategy from Loki that Mangoes is doing a great job on. Not to mention Bundy in support.
They need an Asher or Zofia to deal with that shield. If they deal with the shield, they can then pick up. They can then start putting the pressure on Mangoes from the side, right? That's how they need to do that, I think. But Luna is been out here holding this angle for a little while now. Not really making much of it as she's getting aggressed on right now. She does find the kill. Going to be able to pick up her teammate as Mangos finds Flossie there. Hopper gets rezzed. Now it's 3-on-4 with 30 seconds left. Not looking good for Avant.
Difficult position. 3 players all pushing in from the same direction, but this could be what's needed. JC finds one. Casper as well. Certainly not what was needed. Vicious. Just a 1 versus 4 for him. And a 1 versus 3. Spots out JC. 2 players. Fine. It's possible. It's difficult, but it's possible. This one. Oh my god!
To 1 versus 1. He's going for the game 1. No, Mangos with the shotgun is going to put an end to that pipe dream. Low-key come out with a clutch defense that really shouldn't have happened.
Oh my god. That was much too close for comfort. Low-key. You can't let that happen, man.
This game is going to give me a heart attack, Dev.
Yeah, this. And we're trading rounds, back and forth.
I'm going to need
1 for 1.
Okay, Chief, if you're watching this, if I stop talking, call an ambulance.
If you no longer hear anything from your roommate, just call the ambulance, because things are getting serious.
I am legit going to have a heart attack soon. This is crazy. But we're going to CC and Cash. Last time we were here, this was the Lunar Show. Presuming that doesn't happen again, would have a very successful hold.
Your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to bank on getting a 2K grenade kill. That said, vertical play certainly could work out even without that. Even if she just opens up some of the floor, uses the angles. And really, typically, the difficult thing about this bomb site for the attackers is taking control of that garage and flushing out the players from any of the aggressive positions. No, which is a great point, because Monty is, so good on this bomb site that he is often actually banned out. But no, we haven't seen, as of yet, Avant take the Montaigne, which is something I believe we've seen them play with in the past.
DCZ going on a roam, bottom of blue. Close to being spotted out by one of the repelling players there, but going on the hard roam. Interesting to me that they banned the bandit and then still bring Thatcher.
Oh, you gotta bring, that's why you bring Thatcher, because you've banned the bandit, so you know that if there is anything, preventing your breach, it's just a static item that you can clear out with a Thatcher, whereas a bandit is something that you can ban the trick, so the Thatcher's not enough to deal with that. So, makes sense to me that they're bringing the Thatcher. Anyhow, Luna just holding this long angle. Really, the angle that needs to be dealt with is the one onto Bundy. It's quite difficult to take out a player if they know exactly where they can and can't sit. Especially since Luna doesn't have an ACOG trying to contest this angle. Something needs to happen to deal with that Maestro inside of Garage.
Yeah, something does need to happen to deal with that Garage, or else they're not going to be able to do anything, right? Like, it's such a power position to be on top of that catwalk. He's going to find Flossie, though. Thatcher being taken off the board.
Oh,
We're going to cook a nade. Lightly miss it, but nothing's got anything anyway.
You can see the low-key players decided Cash is no longer safe. But Muesli himself, fairly safe at the moment inside of the bathroom upstairs. Copper has surprisingly not attempted to clear out that area. He's just roaming around, chilling out below. He might find JC in just a moment.
Getting very aggressive. Here we go. The first fight's going to come out as Luna's actually going to get another nade kill. That's his third. That's their third. Sorry, it's JC's going to take out Copper, but Fisho guy is there to trade him straight back. Bundy's going to find the head of Luna now, and Vicious is on side as Fisho has come up for the flank. And Bundy, on a slither of health, is here to try and deal with the long angles. Nothing's going to come of it just yet, though. Finds one. The plant's coming down for Vicious, though. He's in a 1v2. He needs to be able to do it. He's on a slither of health. So is Bundy, but Muesli comes up clutch. Low-key going to get the defense.
First time that Low-key have stolen a defense round that wasn't on the bedroom.
Defenders
So
win.
low-key do seem to be the ones in control at the moment, despite 2 incredibly strong rounds from Avant. Low-key do seem to be overall more favoured on Clubhouse. As we head into their last defensive round, I certainly think that Avant would like to get this one. I mean, even a 4-2 scoreline's not too bad heading into your own defense half. But yeah, Avant would certainly like to rack up at least one more attack.
Yeah. Really do want to... They want to end this half even. Right, like...
I reckon even at the half, and you're going into defense, you're feeling pretty confident. Defense is very good, especially on Clubhouse. You know, the number of viable sites, the amount of roaming possibilities, the amount of anchoring possibilities. You really should be winning the majority of your defensive rounds. And this downstairs defense, I think, is really going to be the telling one for me.
Yeah, they really struggled on this defense last time. This was Luna showing the power of crouch spam.
Yeah, she shouldn't have got that kill. I don't know how that happened. That's one way to take control of Dirt Tunnel. Oh, what a beautiful jump there. 10 out of 10 athletics from Bundy. Love that one.
Yeah. You know, you can actually stack players on that. I have a screenshot somewhere
5 seconds remaining.
of when I was coaching Scylla, of all 5 of my Scylla players being prone on that jukebox, and they actually stack one on top of each other, and there's a gap between players, how the hitboxes.
Oh my god.
So you can actually, the 5th player is like literally on the roof. Pretty hilarious.
Sounds like we have a strat for our next rank session.
Yeah. They might have fixed it. Like, this was a little while ago.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't do that with the hitboxes anymore. Anyhow. Luna on the buck once again. Last time, her job was to open up the floor in the kitchen, but by the end of it, really, her job was just to take control of Dirt. Oh my.
Usually gets his first kill. Gonna go back down. Just a hit and run.
And a good one for him. Nice, cheap kill at the cost of pretty much nothing. It's Flossy off the board as well. Decent. I mean, we used to not say this, but honestly, you know, Ash has a decent amount of utility. You know, she can waste ADS with stun grenades. She can stun players, and you know, great 3-speed with a good entry position. So you know, it's a decent loss for Avant.
Certainly is. And Casper, while he's being trackled right now, is just gonna very calmly out the wall. Just save. Not worried at all about being trackled while he's behind a ring wall, so I'm not crazy. Avant playing very passive right now. They are a man down, but they need to come up with these picks eventually.
I'm not sure what's the strat. You know, what is the plan here for Avant? Opening up more of the Fisher guy, trying to clear out some more of the kitchen. All of these holes make Avant even more vulnerable if they eventually do go for a armory plant. Luna!
That is what, her 4th grenade kill for the night?
She's landing all her grenades tonight. Well, clearing out that position in the blue opens up a great opportunity for the attackers to push into the area. However, the gas from Mangoes seems to be preventing that for now. 40 seconds left. 2 players in church, 2 near the AKs. Looks like the smoke grenades will prevent that long angle. Avant seem to be collapsing on the church side. Mangoes, though, still doing some good work inside church.
Yeah, puts an end to Luna there. And now Avant has called the go trigger. Casper finds Fisher guy though. That's a trade back straight onto him by Copper. Copper's going to be pushing his way around. Mango has found Vicious. Free fire from Copper in the back, but Mango's picks it up. Loki are going to end the half with a 4-2 advantage.
Definitely a decent result for Loki. Still got to say, I think this is probably going to be defensive sided overall this map, but Loki can't be kicking themselves too much. The 2 rounds that they did lose, like you can't fault yourself for losing those rounds. Those 2 rounds were just ridiculous plays that allowed an opening for Avant that should never have happened. So Loki, in terms of a textbook position, they are really showing up more than Avant But now that we switch over onto the defense and Avant have more flexibility, I wonder whether they might, start being more confident, more comfortable, and having some more success. Still definitely think Loki are in the advantage here and could reply to Avant's win on Villa with a win of their own here on Clubhouse.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, as I said earlier, Loki have played a lot of Clubhouse this, right? Like I think it has been their most played map. So it'll be very interesting. Very interesting what exactly like their win percentage on Clubhouse is, and I'd like to actually see that broken down by bomb site itself. Luna on 12 kills, and I'm pretty sure she's got 4 nade kills.
Yeah, so that's third of her kills, nade kills. 3.0 KD, not so bad. Really been very consistent round to round. Well, consistent is not necessarily the right word, just very strong round to round
Attackers
in this
recover
map.
the diffuser.
Not completely consistent, because some rounds she's been insane and some rounds she's been, really good. And there is a distinction there. It's not quite consistent either way, but still very good.
Are you fighting semantics between good and amazing?
Yes, I am. There is a distinct difference from playing really well and landing and oh, Copper! JC was working very well on his defensive side, but Copper's decided he's just going to keep peeking everything.
Yep. Peek once, you don't find anything. Peek again, take a head. JC, we're going to bow out of this round. Have to spend the rest of the round watching angles on drones. Lee?
Muesli himself has a great angle here. And he might actually punish Flossie if Jaeger isn't too careful on the side of blue. Being tracked out. He's holding his passive angles for now.
Yeah, Flossie just has to sit tight. Like, got nothing to really be afraid of. Like, no one's pushing him or anything. He has to hold these angles. Wait till the trackle wears off and he can just tight.
Good time being wasted by Avant. They had that early pick. And on top of that, they've wasted a good amount of time. Half the round down. Where's the push from low key? Hatch is being opened. Good start, but as we've seen, simply opening a hatch or several hatches is not enough. You need to have a strategy, you need to have a push, you need to have a way to flush out the players, typically from Church. Church seems to be a difficult egg to crack for a lot of teams.
Yeah, well, it is a
have
very defensive-sided side. Like, it's a wrong side to but Flossie still sitting here, like, he's wasted so much time just sitting in this blue.
And really, that's all he needs to do at the moment. Just keep sitting in blue.
Bundy finds Luna. Copper's going to trade Casper back straight away, though. Flossie barely misses his shot. Bundy from the side, though, through the wall is going to pick him up. And now we are down to a 3-on-3, as now they've lost control of Blue Tunnel. We'll have to see how this goes. Mango's, he's one cross in front of him, as Muesli's going to finally make it in.
Fisher.
He's in the smoke. Muesli's going to give away his position. He's been tagged up a little bit. He's not sure where it's from. Fisho pulls out the shotgun and goes to town. The last two members are right in front of him. Mangos is going to take his head off, though. But now Vicious knows where they both are. 20 seconds left. They're going to have to force their way in. 15. Now Copper's going to find one. It's all up to Mangoes. Copper finds himself a second. And Avant pick up the round win.
Is that a 4K for Copper as well? I believe it might have been a really strong round for that Doc, holding fast on site. Not sure he even needed to use his stim utility at all, but he's demonstrated very good proficiency on those angles and good judgment, I guess, overall, when to peek, when not to peek, including those spawn peaks. We see Avant get one step closer to tying it up. Looks like Avant, after winning downstairs, head to cash room. The two less favoured bomb sites by Loki, and the two bomb sites that Avant won when they were attacking. I expect if we'll see Loki break through this defense, it's most likely to be on that bedroom bomb site.
Yeah, I do. I think that's probably where they're gonna up a round win. That seems to be their almost signature bomb site, doesn't it?
Seems to be the way. Not a lot of teams favour it, so when we see a team that sticks to it performs well in it, we do attribute that to them.
Well, the interesting thing about a team having a signature bomb site like that, having a bomb site that they do better than everyone just ends up copying them, right? Like teams are going to look at the low-key defenses and the adaptations they're making because they know it more intimately than probably anyone else in the ANZ team. Everyone can just look at that and go, oh yeah, they do that because of that is obviously the big weakness, and they've made that adaptation for that. And then this is what this is for, and so they can copy it out. And so they've put in, Loki have essentially put all this work for this bomb site that other people can copy that up.
Now as for the Avant defense here on Cash Room, a deployable shield and Jaeger devices being placed inside of the garage to prevent shield, and also just make the job of any other operator a bit more difficult pushing in through that area. But of course no shields on the attacking lineup, instead a very similar lineup to what we were consistently seeing from Avant, including the Buck, which Luna did have a huge amount of success on. Casper this time, how much can he actually do the damage? Mango's wasting these ADS is likely to be followed up by one of Casper's grenades.
Is out of there. She's given away the whole section, but the nade comes out. Luna's lucky she vacated it, but now they know it's clear.
But Luna has the ability to make that quick rotate back in if she wishes. Both grenades now down. Copper has this angle from below. Luna pushes straight through, takes out the Thatcher. Fisho guy onto Muesli as well. Copper's still undetected inside of the oil pit. And still Casper as well inside of the garage. It's a risk for Copper to climb up this ladder. He'll have to turn his body completely away from the attackers.
Ghost is there.
Oh, Mangoes.
Mangoes is dead as Copper finds him. That oil pit patience pays off for him. Casper now moving his way in. 2 versus 5 here for Loki, and this round has fallen apart for the attackers.
Just Casper and Bundy. We've seen Bundy do some good work with the 5.56, but it's a big ask for him to start doing some work now. Casper does have the skeleton key in hand, almost finds a player. I think he realizes, sprays a couple from the hip through the floor, but nothing so far. Nearly as lucky as Luna did get on the Buck play. Yeah, it looks like there is Copper going back into the garage? But no, he's still downstairs. So, with no one in garage, Bundy may not realize this, but he's actually completely free to walk on through.
But like, they still need kit, right? At this point,
that's true.
They need to go pick up the kit.
Ooh, with the shotgun close up, Bundy finds Fisho. A good pre-fight, hitting him one headshot, but still. Copper surely knows that he has the kit, and he's just camping as long as he can. Luna finds one. Casper, just Bundy left. Luna, she'll clean it up.
Certainly will.
Even more satisfying her KD, which has been amazing so far. We get to see both on camera too. Good performance.
Adding it fairly well, but Avant now tie those rounds up. We're at 4-4. And getting close here, Dev, to potential tie.
It's possible. Are you feeling it? I don't know. It's difficult to say.
You can't pick that operator, JC. He's going to have to 6th pick off it.
Bit of a tease. He's talking about the Lion Sky, you a pud. What are you talking about, mate? Well, that means Loki forced to use their 6th pick.
Why are you the alt tab in a Pro League game?
Just checking Facebook. See anything interesting's been happening.
He's got stream open, it's right. But no, 15 kills for Luna!
And still rocking that 3.0. I feel like it doesn't matter. Like, every time she gets another kill, she's just consistently getting as many deaths just to continually get that 3.0 KD. I think I got it wrong earlier. Was she 9-1 or was she 9-3? Because I had someone.
It has been a 3. It's been a 3.
Okay.
3 KD all the way through. You're right.
Oh, someone was calling me out in the chat saying that she was 9-1, not 9-3. And look, I just want to say to that person in chat, yeah,
Attackers'
was that?
objective is to locate a bomb and defuse
Hopefully.
it.
I'm pretty sure she might have been 9-1 at one point, but when we looked at it,
I don't think so. Surely not. Maybe she was. Actually, because it was 3 rounds in, she had 9 kills. And she hadn't died in 2 of those rounds. So
yeah, she must.
that makes sense. There you go. I apologize to that person in chat. I'm sorry. Yeah. Low-key attacking the bomb site that they...
Probably Kaza wasn't.
It wasn't. Low-key, the team attacking the bomb site that they so very much enjoy defending. A lot of success on this bomb site. What have Avant taken a leaf out of the low-key book to do anything seriously good here?
Wall's been open. Loki know how they want to push this. As we said, this is their bomb site, right? This is theirs. They know what they want to do. They know how they want to do it. They know this bomb site more intimately than any other team.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Let's watch how this magic is going to unfold by them.
One of those maestros disabled, I do believe, near that thermite breach. Bundy looking to peek. Perhaps droning it out. He's drone not quite close enough. We'll have to be sending it up from the bottom stairs. Still, I'm a bit worried. Where is the cash room control? We've seen consistently the key to taking this bomb site is taking cash, and that's why we see such heavy investment in cash with utility. And if Loki are really going to take the risk to just force themselves in from this jacuzzi balcony, it's a huge gamble. And Bisho punishes that gamble.
Bisho on this site this is such a power position for a shotgun to sit.
Oh, not smoke, mate. What's he doing here? Alright, taking out drones. Ooh, but Bundy opening up this wall into the bathroom. That said, Vicious does have a good position. JC taking down Copper. Defense still favored, but only barely. The attackers could make a break.
Bisho done a lot of work so far, but Casper's going to put an end to his rampage with a fantastic headshot.
Enemy detected outside. That reveals one of the positions, but you don't check the hatch angle, and Luna finds a freebie. Just 2 attackers now. JC and Bundy. 2 support players. Where's JC going? He knows he has to clear below, and he's the only one left. Flossie takes down Bundy. Kit held hostage upstairs. JC has to retake. Find these 3 kills, neither of which is likely with 15 seconds to go. Oh, and those goo mines are going to make it an impossible task. Jumping into the bedroom. Vicious just knows he's going to play safe. What's the chance for JC? He can find 1, but can he find 2? Can he even find 3? Where's the kit? Walk into some goo mines, walk into Flossie. He's gone.
And Avant going to beat Loki on their own bomb site. And for the first time since round 3, Avant have the advantage.
And they're certainly getting up there as well. 1 round away from assuring themselves a draw. Really what we need to see for low-key fans here is the 3-point win. Getting up to 7 points before the opponent. They can't drop another round in this game if they want to go back and overtake Avant. If Avant take the win in this next round, then, well, it doesn't really matter what happens from then on out. Avant will stay ahead of low-key. Obviously, Avant would love the win. They'd love the 3 points. They'd love to get 1 step closer to Dark-Sided, but low-key will certainly be fighting to drag Avant down into that middle ground and pad themselves up as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, it's really what they
Attackers
wanted.
need to locate and defuse bombs.
But back down in the basement, they had a good defense here. That's not a good start.
Yeah, F's in chat, please, guys. Even Luna's a bit unhappy. Even Luna acknowledges that it was an accident. Look, Fisher guy maybe just trying to even it up a little bit. You know, maybe Luna's just been playing a bit too well. You know, Fisher guy won some of the kills as well. So, everyone's done it. It's alright. The main thing I worry about now is there's a lot of reinforcements to be losing out. You usually chuck 2 dirt, 3 church wall, 3 hatches. That's already 8.
5 seconds.
So we have to make sure that the remaining players all do those reinforcements, and whatever 2 other reinforcements that the defenders were planning on, well, they're going to have to sacrifice those.
Muesli, though, is going to make it a 5 versus 3, 15 seconds into the round, as he does take out a spawn peeking Copper. He has lost a lot of health, though. He's probably going to get reset. Just jump off a roof. All those ADSs for Flossie. Got 2 ADSs protecting him right now.
It's going to be a difficult road ahead for Avant. Just 3 players left. Even on this great, strong anchoring bomb site,
honestly,
surely unless...
Write it off at this point.
No, you can never do
just
that.
write it off and focus on the next round. Say, okay, guys. Well, we're just going to defend this side again next time. Let's just focus on.
Honestly, I don't think that's what you can do. I think you've got to do what Fisher's doing. He says, okay, I have to do a Luna. I have to get some kills that just are not meant to be had. I have to do everything I can to find these aggressive kills. You can see all of the Avant players doing the same. Cheeky angle opened up. I believe that was Vicious. And Flossie's struggling as well, dealing with this Jackal scan. Fisher decides, oh my gosh. He's doing so much work. Oh, the stun grenade. This is not looking great. Fisher wants to peek everything. He really does. He really, really does. And look, at the moment, you lose this round, you're like, all right, we lost the round. But, you know, you've got to stay in it, hang on until the end. And I think, as risky as it is, taking these gunfights is the way to do that.
So, you're backed into a corner. You need to get aggressive. But that's not aggressive enough for Fisher. He wants to dial it up to 13 and just go ham. But I'm actually really surprised with how slow Loki is taken. Right, like...
Oh, behind it. A soft wall right now, the C4! Fisher guy finds the first kill for Avant, and Vicious jumps into the fray as well. This is exactly what Avant need to guarantee themselves a draw here and take their 6th round. 3 versus 3, it finally evened up, and still the ground has not been taken for the attacking side. A lot of utility down the drain and a lot of damage done to all of the players.
Yeah, they're certainly going to have their work cut out for them now. They just took way too much time. They had man advantage. They had the utility advantage. They had everything going for them. Mangos is going to find Flossie, though. That is the Legion off the board right now through the wall. That's Casper being tagged. All of them now flashing red. They are all 1 bullet from death right now. The smoke is now cleared. Fisho, he is going to find Muesli. That is now a 2 versus 2. Everyone in the red on the map right now. If you're alive, you have sub 10 health. Everyone getting aggressive. The plant goes down. Fisho finds 1. It is all up to Mangos, but he has the time on his side now. Fisho just going to drop the last jammer because... What? Why not at this point in time? Mango's getting aggressive, finds 1. We are now in a 1 versus 1.
Oh my god,
Vicious! Side of the wall, Vicious! Oh, that was... This is tense. He can't quite see the drone. It is going to get taken out. Now they know where he is. He's going to pre-fire it. He saw the prone person. He's behind the wall. He's going to pull out the pistol. He gets it! He gets the kill! He's going to get the defuse. Ample time left. Avant is going to successfully defuse the kit and win the round.
Bomb defusing attempt failed. Defenders.
Oh my god, low key. What's happening? That was a 5 versus 3, 10 seconds into the round. And did you see that? Like, so Fisher, the reason he put down that mid-jammer, he was just having a bit of fun, you know?
He's point whoring.
He had one bullet
right?
left.
Like, you're going to get those 10 points.
He had 1 bullet left in the SMG-11. And so he had to take that with a shotgun. I'm not going to lie, I think he should have, you know, peeked later and baited for his teammate. Which is probably a bit unwise, peeking as early as he did. But my god, Vicious also should not have made that happen. And yet it did. A bit of over-eagerness. Who was that low-key player? Was it Mangos on the Hibana? You can't pre-fire that much when you're using the Type 89. 20 bullets in that magazine. It's just not enough to pre-fire with. At that rate of fire, you're going to exhaust the mag so fast. And it was both players switched onto pistols. And Mangos caught up in the corner. No longer can Mangos leapfrog back over Avant. They're stuck.
This is,
What? 16 kills!
Yeah, she's lost that magic 3-point KD, though.
That's more than 3-point KD, my gosh.
No, it
16
isn't.
and 6.
Need 18 kills to get.
That's a great point, Fleet. And I was just testing you. That's less than a 3.0 KD. But look, let's not talk about my maths. I started off earlier tonight. My maths was on point.
It was. But now we've swapped places.
Yeah.
My maths has gotten better. Yours is not.
We're just trading out the energy, all right? You're taking some of my energy. I'll
take my energy. All right.
That's right. Well, honestly, who needs energy right now is low key.
Attackers
And
locate
surely there are a lot of supporters in the chat. I know there's low-key have a lot of people out there who are really keen for them to do well. Been supporting them for quite a while.
I can't see chat, but I'm presuming right now it's just being spammed with tune. Right, like that's my guess right now.
We're seeing quite a few. We certainly have.
Alright, so if you guys
Look
want
now.
to give Luna all the help you can, make sure you spam those tunes.
All right. 30 seconds down. Wall open. Good start. Fisher guy been completely droned out. You can hear the drone spotting him out. Being sprayed through the wall, and he's just going to go downstairs. Fisher guy, no, if you don't want to run out SMG ammo, just don't randomly spray for no reason. Pro tip.
Pro tip from Dev. Love it.
Yeah, pro tips with Dev, who is not a pro. So, it's 2 minutes remaining, and Casper looking to do what he attempted previously. Mangoes will destroy this ADS. Oh, but Bundy finds the headshot onto Luna. Casper not even needing his grenades. Probably just double check that that's clear, and low-key taking control of Garage. This could be the break that they needed.
Yeah, Loki really into a corner as Avant are now on match point, right? Like, they now have no room to breathe. They need to get everything. Casper's gonna nade himself. Exactly what you want. And
Still have faith for this roam from Copper. Look, he's had mixed results fragging tonight, but honestly,
he had an
think he's,
amazing first map.
he did. And Casper playing downstairs below. I feel like Copper's in a good position. Look, okay, Casper's doing some good work from below, but there you go. My prediction finally comes true. Copper pushes just in time. Whoever Muesli's doing some work. Copper spots out the long angle, and how does he win that with the UMP no less? Now the plans tonight from below finishes! All the perfect intel on site from Luna's Echo drones, no doubt. That's plant denied. Now Mango's inside a cache, watching this long angle onto Vicious. Just 2 versus 2. Mango's in a safe spot, but he's being spotted.
Oh no!
Shot to the wall, man!
Wall comes up huge, man. That's his second plant denial. It's only up to JCZ. He learnt from his teammate's death, though. He's going to try and get aggressive. He's going to go for the plant now. This is all it is up to, Dev. The plant's coming down. The pink's coming out. The plant actually manages to go down. JC in a 1 versus 2. He's got a member on each side of him. JC gets aggressive. Teammate has to reload. He now needs to reload. He's going to find one somehow.
My God,
the
JC!
pistols come out. Is he going to get it? He's running out of pistol ammo slowly. Wasting his under the knife. What is this ring around the rosy? What is this? Vicious finally gets the kill. Vicious gets the defuse. And Avant are going to take Clubhouse and get their 3 points for Pro League.
Disabled by defenders. Bomb defused.
Holy crap, Dev!
Defenders.
Oh my. It's it's a difficult match to watch if you're a low-key fan, but Avant have shown us some incredible individual performances tonight. Finishing it off with, look at that, that's a smiley face from Luna, a well-deserved smiley face.
That is a very well-deserved smiley face from Luna, as she finished 16 frags and 7 deaths. Just a little over a 2-point KD. That was a massive game.
And what a game. Oh, my goodness. I don't know what else to say. It was an incredible performance individually from so many of the Avant players stepping it up every single time that it was needed. And some incredibly good team play as well. Gotta say, the intel gathering from those Echo drones in the last round, that won them that round. And then, of course, I can't discredit the fact that it was some good plays from the teammates making good on that information. But without Luna's Echo drones, you know, those players, they wouldn't have managed those flanks, wouldn't have managed to shoot them through the floor, which it was 2 wall banks from Vicious to deny plant. I mean, that was
insane. That was crazy. So, as you said, there was a lot of teamwork that went into Avant picking up that round and subsequent, the game. But it was just such a strong performance from Avant all night. You know, the first map did get messy towards the end for them, but in the flip side, Avant won 5 rounds in a row in that second map in Clubhouse. Like, we just witnessed a 4-2 turnaround. They won 5 in a row.
Yeah, rounds 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in a row. That was they were down 4-2, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 4-2, and then everything from that, it was just straight through, all the way to a victory. Incredible performance, and really, really got to say, I was not expecting such a dominant performance from Avant. I mean, look at the final scoreline: 4-7, 4-7. That's nothing to write home about in my eyes. I'm surprised maybe that Loki didn't take one of the maps or at least draw it up. I was expecting a lot of draws here, but no, Avant. And it really is. It's on the back of these individual performances. I mean, yes, I'm not discounting the team play. It's good team play, but individual performances are what's making the difference between life and death in these rounds. And a lot of the time, Loki, like, they had some good performances. JC is the one to mention, but when it mattered most, he couldn't hack it.
Yeah, that's it. When it mattered most, he found one, but just ran out of ammo. Like, he was chasing him around with a knife. Like, it was almost comical. We just needed some Benny Hill music at the end there. But like, it's just
that was so one of the more messy endings to a game I've ever witnessed. And the thing that's not it was desperation. JC was sitting there. He feels like he's the only one who can make the difference for his team. He's the last one left. He has 2 players to find. He's just gone from a numbers advantage to his teammates all getting wallbanged. And he's the last one left. And he has to plant in a 1v2. And for Avant, they're just reeling. I'm sure there was so much laughter in that team chatter because that's what it feels like. You know, they were in such good spirits today, through and through. Even when the team kill happened, the first thing that we saw in chat was an F from Luna, the player who just got team killed.
Yeah. They did seem to be in very good spirits, and even though they were pushed up against the wall at points, they just sort of managed to claw their way back into it. But alright guys, that's going to be it from us today. That is the last Pro League. This is our last Pro League Pro Day until March. 13th of March is when we restart our next Pro League Day. But we also have Summer Series happening this weekend. Catch all that action this weekend. And then we also have the 6 Invitational happening. That's what this break is for. 6 Invitational. And you can catch Dev Marta live from Canada there. That's going to be great fun to watch. So make sure you tune into all that, guys. Thank you very much for tuning into us. Congratulations to our 2 teams tonight, which was Avant and Darksided, who both picked up their wins. So congratulations to them. And we'll see you guys next time. Peace.
Of things we know. Spirit of things, we lose our sight when we put our trust in things.